Welcome back to the Tracy Take on this special episode of the 2023 NFL Draft, where we are live tuning in, watching the entire festivities of the first round. Thank you for joining us. Ryan, how are you doing today?
Sorry, my computer started echoing your voice, but I'm doing good, man. It's been a long day waiting for this event to get started. I'm really, really excited, and yeah, I can't wait for this to get going. I'm very excited.
Same here, especially too with kind of what we've we've really put our mindset to, I think, putting a lot more effort into the channel, and it's neat that we have accomplished our goal well sooner than we initially intended, and it's all thanks to all of our subscribers, all the viewers, people who have checked out on our channel. We greatly appreciate it. So if you are joining us, I'm sure we'll be saying this a bunch throughout the night because we're going to have some time to fill. But just thank you again. I think I can speak for both Ryan and I for helping us get to this goal here of 1,000 subscribers. And let's see if we can get to 1,500. We get to 1,500 by the end of the night. That's not going to happen, but that would be awesome.
I was going to say that'd be incredible, but
that would be incredible. So, but it is about 15 minutes now until I think the Panthers are on the clock here. It is 6:46 Central Standard Time in Kansas City, also in Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah. But Ryan, are you up in Boston?
No, I wish. That'd be fun. But no, I'm on the East Coast though. I'm in Atlanta, so it is approaching 8 o'clock quickly. We do have a couple comments. Mr. 81 is in the comments saying that he loves our football content. And thank you. It is people like you that help Tyler and I do what we want to do. So we appreciate it. If you haven't already, like and subscribe. And we'll keep producing football content for you. So
yeah, we appreciate it. Let's we have a couple stories that we want to talk about here before the draft happens. Especially this week, a bunch of stuff has happened. Let's start out with just the breaking news today of Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. Let's just start out just in general. Finally, we know what's happening with Lamar Jackson. A fat contract, the biggest QB contract, biggest NFL contract, right?
Yeah. If he were to complete his contract, he would be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL right now, like per year, by year.
Well, I would need to look at Mahomes because Mahomes was $10.5 billion, right?
Yeah,
but I guess
he's 5 for 260, so he's like a couple million more than Mahomes a year. So
that's a good point. So, one, congratulations to Lamar. He has a lot more money than I think you and I can ever have on the channel.
Or imagine to have. Yeah,
he's got like Mr. Beast money. If he was a YouTube guy, that's like Mr. Beast. I bet actually Mr. Beast probably has a lot more. But
Mr. Beast might have more.
Oh, I'm sure he does actually. Yeah, come to think of it. But anyways, I'm curious now what they are going to do with this. Almost actually makes me think that they're going to trade their first round pick because I don't think I would need to go look at their cap space now but
they have a decent amount of cap space coming in. To me, I think it opens them up for a lot more versatility, right? They're not I don't think they have to take an offensive playmaker because I think you look at J.K. Dobbins, Odell Beckham's now there, and then they also have Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews. And so I don't think they're pinholed into a skill position player. But then I think they do need some help on the defensive side. To me, specifically corner, it opens them up to being able to take a corner, possibly even move up to take a corner if they really want Witherspoon or Gonzalez, or even, I know it'd be a little controversial, but if Joey Porter Jr. went to the Baltimore Ravens, that would be
funny. That'd be funny.
That'd be pretty funny.
I wonder what his father would do if he'd wear Raven stuff, or if he'd wear those half Steelers, half Ravens. Yeah.
What's the Sandra Bullock line? You can go play for the in the blind side. It's like you can go play for the Tennessee Volunteers, but I will not be caught dead in that horrendous orange.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I still think I think that if they pick first round still, I think that they would go defensive sides, particularly defensive line. Like they lost Calais Campbell. That's a big loss on the defensive side of the ball, and they lost someone else too. I'm trying to think. That's in the secondary. Yeah. So they could replace him in the secondary. I would almost feel that there's going to be more people on the defensive line that's available. I don't know if Deontay Banks and Joey Porter Jr. are going to be there. Brian Branch might be there. However, they took Kyle Hamilton last year. I feel like that would be kind of redundant.
Yeah.
So
the only thing is they're very different. Like that, while they're both safeties, they're very different. So like I could see.
Yeah, that's fair.
I could see it, but yeah, no. I think the Ravens are in a really good spot. That division is going to be loaded. I think you look at the AFC North and the AFC East, and to me, they're actually pretty similar.
Yeah.
You have Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, two quarterbacks that have been in that division for a little while, really solid coaches around them, and just some really good teams. They're both going to be pretty much are locks for the playoffs. But then I think you look at now the Browns, they just traded for Deshaun Watson. And then you have the Steelers, who by all means could be a wild card team. Well, like they have the talent to be a wild card team.
Oh, they had a talent last year to be a wild card team. I honestly think with the way they were playing in the second half of the season, I think you could make an argument that I think they could have beat Buffalo just with the way they were playing, with how that offense was clicking and that defense was clicking. Like they aren't just like a wild card team. Like I think they could win that division if TJ Watt doesn't get hurt. Yeah. If they start Kenny Pickett sooner, I mean they're winning those. They're winning several more of those first 6 to 7 games that Mitch Trubisky was starting, and then Pickett got a concussion actually, I think, and so then he missed a couple extra games.
Yeah.
So, I mean that division is loaded, and so having a guy like Lamar, we were never against Lamar at the Ravens. I remember for me, also as a Falcons fan, they were in the conversations a lot. My concern is and they paid him all this money, and I think he deserves it as well. Is can he stay healthy? That's just going to be the biggest thing. And I think Lamar has 182 million reasons why to try and stay healthy or to come on the field, and so I'm glad everything all got worked out in the end, because I mean he is a special quarterback. I mean he's Michael Vick 2.0, I think. Yeah. And so it'll just be interesting though to see what they can add to help him out. Adding OBJ is huge if it is the OBJ that he was with the Rams before he tore his ACL.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that to me is big. And I think that's what they're paying him to be. And there were a lot of reports that he sat out because he wasn't getting paid in the playoffs. So that's kind of like, now he doesn't have that excuse anymore.
Well, that was interesting. I mean, because I remember we talked about it. Is like I totally respect if he wanted to make a business decision and wait and like heal the leg, and also too that we're only getting fed the information that is being provided to us. So who knows how accurate the information that's being said. So just in all fairness, but at the same time, if those reports are true, then it's like I could see the speculation of like this guy's not going to fully commit, like when it's needed most, like put his body on the line, which not saying he doesn't, like he clearly did. But if he's like, it's just interesting, just how the whole situation panned out. But now I'm glad that it's all resolved. And the Ravens fans don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So we do have one question in the chat, also from Mr. 81. Do you guys cover the NBA? No, we pretty much stick to the NFL. We don't follow the NBA near close enough to talk about it on an educated level. So.
Yeah. It's not saying that we talk about this on an educated level. I think we just enjoy it more. So.
Well, fair, yeah. I feel like we talked about this on a somewhat educated level.
Yeah,
I would say we're educated fans. That's kind of the.
Well, we're now professional.
Yeah,
educated fans.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you, YouTube. And so, but no, the NBA, we've talked about doing that, expanding out to maybe other sports, but it's we've watched football our whole life, played a little bit of football as well, and so have a much more clear understanding, I think, of this sport. And so, I also think too, when it comes to I think one thing when it comes to like talking about the NBA compared to like the NFL I love, and we could easily get into baseball with this, but I think it's much more of a numbers game, a lot more speculation on like what teams can do, where players could go. While with the NBA, it is much more star driven. There's also much less people to analyze, if that makes sense. So it's also for us, it feel like we'd be talking about the same people over and over again. But not to say that we can't do that down the road.
No, yeah, definitely. So, but I do want to switch gears over to the AFC East really quick. We released our mock drafts on Monday, or we recorded them on Monday, released them on Tuesday. But one of the things we didn't really get a chance to address was the Aaron Rodgers trade to the New York Jets. It finally happened. I'm not entirely sure on the exact trade details, but the Packers, I believe, swapped first-round picks.
Yeah.
So the Packers now have 13. The Jets are at 15. And then the Packers also got a second this year. The Jets got like a fourth or fifth this year. And then next year, the Packers get a conditional second-round pick where if Aaron Rodgers plays 65% or more of the snaps, then that second-round pick becomes a first-round pick.
Yeah. And so that's the key. It's barring injury, I think it's a great deal for – I think it's a great deal for both teams. I think it is kind of what we talked about a little bit, where it essentially could be essentially the Jets are giving up a second this year for sure.
Yeah.
Then they potentially could be giving up a second, but it's most likely going to be a first because 65%, it's essentially going to be barring injury. And how crazy the AFC is, the Jets could be 500, 10 games into the year. He could have passed that threshold, and there's still a lot of season left. And so Aaron Rodgers could absolutely go and surpass that 65% snap threshold, and where they still potentially could not make the playoffs as well. So where they could get a first-round pick, some of the teams, maybe even top 10, potentially. Yeah. Best case scenario for the Packers, worst for the Jets. However, though, what the deal essentially is, and I think it's fair because I remember we talked about it, either like just give them the first outright, the 13th pick, or do like 2 seconds, like one this year, one next year. And they got a second with the Elijah Moore trade. And so essentially it would just be giving up your second for next year. Yeah. And I think they essentially met in the middle of what we said I think would be a fair deal. And then they exchanged some other like later, like day 3 picks. In general, I think that's actually a very fair trade for both parties involved. I think the Jets are clearly in a win now. I mean, and you go look at this offense. Like this offense should have done so much better than it did last year. Like,
Well, but that's this team. They had probably the best defensive football last year, and they only lost. They lost a lot of games because, like, they lost 17-16 because this offense just couldn't keep up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, even the Jets, the Jets Patriots game, the punt return for a touchdown. I mean, that was an absolute. And then it was actually like that was the downfall of Zach Wilson. Even if he didn't mean it, or if he was heard wrong, or if it came out wrong, and the fact that he didn't apologize or didn't amend things, that was an instant locker room killer, especially in the New York media. You're like, yeah, no, you're not living that one down. And so, and then to be fair, like on the flip side, then they get a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who we have seen him say, we're going to run the table. You know, it's like the defense is doing their job. It's my job to put points on the board. Like he's the leader. He's Aaron Rodgers. He's supposed to be the guy that leads the team. And that's what they're going to get out of him. And you get him back with Nathaniel Hackett. You got to get him with that. Everyone talks about Alan Lazard. Don't get me wrong. He's a great, great receiver. I cannot wait to see Aaron Rodgers throw to Garrett Wilson. That is going to be, I mean, Garrett Wilson had an over 1,000-yard receiving year with Joe Flacco, Mike White, and Zach Wilson throwing to him. Yeah. Now you have Aaron Rodgers. Like that's, I mean, in his sophomore year, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah. No, and then I think you also have Corey Davis there, and then you throw in Alan Lazard. One of the things that a lot of people are speculating is the Jets just go all in this year and draft another weapon. Get Aaron Rodgers that first-round wide receiver he's been clamoring for. And so that would be really interesting to me, but I don't know. We'll have to see what they decide to do. I'm looking forward to it. We just hit 8:00, and it looks like they're starting the draft here pretty soon. The countdown clock has hit 0. So it is officially draft night.
Oh boy. I will say I'm looking this up now. I'm going to try and have as much of the depth chart information that help predict some of these picks and just have updated information on here. But that being said, though, going back to the Jets, I'm looking this up. What made me think this idea is to see if potentially tight end might be, because I'm trying to think who their tight end is right now. I think is it CJ Uzoma? I think is that it? Or Tyler Conklin? I'm trying to remember.
Is it Jack Conklin? I don't remember. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Harrison Butker's girlfriend has commented, "Hello."
Did Super Bowl 51 change the family dynamic? No. So I was a good brother, and I didn't rub it in until Tyler's wedding, which ironically he actually married a Patriots fan.
I did marry a Patriots fan.
Yeah. So
unfortunately,
family dynamic is still intact. And then who is Abe Goodness son?
Good nuts son?
Yeah, good nuts son. Yeah.
Good nuts.
She says go Chiefs. So I think she likes the kicker or something there.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think they're dating, actually.
Yeah.
Come to think of it.
Yeah, I think so too. But yeah. No, Super Bowl 51. Honestly, I think we have never really truly talked about it.
No, we talked about it. Well, like in deep, it wasn't until recently. I think we did a random. I forgot what it was, but we brought it up. But yeah, we haven't really talked about it too much. Not like I really want to talk about it. No. Can you believe that was six
years ago?
2017, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. Still, it's funny too. It's like, and we talk, like, I watch these games, and it's like it's a totally new GM, head coach, quarterback. Like, I think the only people that were on that team were Jake Matthews and Grady Jarrett. I think are the only two
Jarrett
people.
Was like a rookie.
He was a rookie. Yeah. They drafted him in the 5th round. It was a rookie or he was a sophomore. I can't remember. But it's like every time the Falcons start to blow a lead, or even just in the random middle of a Falcons game, it's like, the Falcons, the Super Bowl. It's like, we get it.
Well,
we know.
The one that kicks me is Matt Ryan, and it's like he's with the Falcons for so long. He has a couple of those big losses, or big blown leads, and then I think you look at what he went and did in the Indianapolis Colts, and then he gives up the biggest regular season lead of all time. And granted, it wasn't necessarily his fault. The Colts got super conservative on offense, and like the defense could not stop anybody. But that to me was really interesting to kind of see that like some players are just prone to it.
The worst
have that luck.
If you want to look at the specifics, if you want to fact, but I think it was something like, I think he hit a milestone or something like that of career touchdowns or career passing yards. I forget what it is, but the ball went into the Hall of Fame. But I actually worked at the Hall of Fame for a summer in college, and so in the artifacts they mark everything just so that there's a specific label and number everything. That's what I mean. And so like for football, so it's like they have numbered football, like this is this number, so that they can go into the archives and find it immediately, keep everything in order. So Matt Ryan broke a milestone. Do you know what ball number it was?
283.
283. Like the dude's career, he's going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. But the dude's career is going to be marred by that. Like it's just going to be absolutely scarred.
An entire fan base literally celebrates 328 Day.
Oh, the entire league.
Well, yeah.
The entire league just makes fun of the Falcons. Rightfully so. Like, I'm not saying they shouldn't.
But
it's a little bit funnier now.
Yeah, it wasn't funny for the first couple years, but
No. Yeah, the first 6 years wasn't funny, but this year it was funny.
Yeah, it was funny. Yeah.
That is too funny. But anyways, though, no, it has not changed the family dynamic. So if anything, I think it's made me the favorite because everyone feels bad for me. I think that's why. I think everyone feels.
That's for different reasons, Tyler. Sorry.
Is that true, Ryan? Was Bill Belichick born in Nashville?
I think so.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty cool.
Because he likes Vanderbilt is. He has this association with Vanderbilt, and I don't remember.
Did he play football there?
No. Actually, I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah,
but
let's look it up. If only we had a tool that could help us out.
Yeah, my problem is my microphone's blocking my keyboard.
Ooh, Bill Belichick. Let's see. Born in Nashville, Tennessee. What's a trustworthy news site here? Okay, Wikipedia. Early life, Nashville. College Football Hall of Fame. He was raised in Annapolis, Maryland. Went to the Naval Academy.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
I know that one.
Let's see here. Wesleyan University in Middleton, Connecticut. Played football there. Also played lacrosse and squash. Okay, I like it. Early coaching positions. Doesn't say anything too much about Vanderbilt at all that I can see here. It looks like he went early coaching positions, $25 per week job as an assistant to the Baltimore Colts head coach Ted Marchibroda in 1975. Then joined the Lions in 76. Man, he is old. How old is he now? 71. Holy cow.
Yeah, he's been in the league a long time. So.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. We got 5 people here watching the stream. Leave a comment down below, and Tyler and I will answer it for you. So, actually, we will answer it, I think, right after this message. It looks like the draft is about to officially be underway. So.
Yeah, it looks like Goodell and them are walking out now. Who's that dude? The dude from Modern Family, I think, is he out there? Rob Wilkin question: how much input do coaches have in the draft? Good question. I think that depends on the franchise. I think it goes franchise by franchise.
Yeah.
For the Falcons, for example, their head coach and GM were, if I'm not mistaken, I believe signed in the same year. So I think they have a similar philosophy. So I think it kind of all depends on how they want to run it. But I would probably think that most organizations would try and grade every single player and rank them like 1 to 1,000.
So,
and they would come to some sort of agreement, probably negotiation on which one that they find more important. So maybe that's more coach input than not, less more GM. And, it can go back and forth.
Yeah. So kind of like what you said, it goes situation to situation. So the Patriots, for example, Bill Belichick probably is the final decider because he's the head coach and the GM. But I think if you go to D'Amico Ryans, right?
With Nick Caserio,
with the Texans. He's a first-year head coach. He might go and have meetings with Nick Caserio, the GM of the Texans, and say, hey, this is the kind of player I like in this situation. Try to find me players like that, and then that might be the extent of it, right? So, And then I think there's everything in between. And then, like, Andy Reid, I feel like, is also the same as well. So,
yeah.
But, yeah.
I think I just saw a notification here. Where are you at on the draft? Are they still starting everything?
Patrick Mahomes is walking out with the Lombardi Trophy.
I got a notification from Sleeper. So we'll need to check and see how accurate this is. With the first overall pick, the Panthers select Bryce Young. I'm going to guess it's already being essentially reported.
Yeah.
But we will have to see. That is unofficial as of right now, as the shot that we are seeing is Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes celebrating here. That's pretty cool, actually. I didn't recognize it was in Kansas City until a couple weeks ago, and then they just won. So
no, actually, that's pretty nice. Abby Goodnison asked, which team's uniform is your favorite? She asked a lot of questions like that.
Yeah. I feel bad for her boyfriend, the Kansas City Chiefs kicker.
Yeah, I don't think he made it on stage. So
no, he didn't. Yeah, he was not invited.
No, he was
not invited.
Especially after the season he had. I actually really like the Panthers uniforms. I like that blue that they have. They have like the gray and blue uniforms. I like those. So I mean, I have horrible fashion sense. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
It's going to be probably they're going to make it a couple minutes here, but it seems like Bryce Young's already going to be the guy. Mr. 81, what's your guys' YouTube setup? We both work remotely, and we live in different cities currently. That will change here soon. But right now, I guess we stream through Melon app. We both have our own microphones here. A lot of the times, we don't normally go live. We actually normally record and then edit and then post YouTube videos on a specific time and setup. So but yes, and then Rob Wilkin, those beards obviously run in the family. That is correct. We get it from our mother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not our
beautiful.
Dad. Yeah,
not our dad. No, our dad.
Our dad is follically challenged.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately,
yeah. Sadly, that also runs in the family. That's why Tyler and I are both wearing hats right now.
Speak for yourself, man. I think my hair is pretty good.
Mine's doing all right.
Speak for yourself.
Your hair's always been thicker, though. So
just making excuses there.
Well, I'm the younger brother, and I'm probably going to go bald first, so that kind of sucks. But
that is true. But you look good doing it, though.
Yeah, thanks. So you've gotten a report that Bryce Young has already been selected. On your screen, what can you see on your screen where?
So right now, what I'm seeing, they're showing 8 minutes, 18 seconds going over Bryce Young highlights. Are we about at the same pace?
Yeah, I'm at 8:08 right now.
Okay, there's just a couple
now. Yeah, okay, just a couple seconds faster.
Yeah,
so
that's. I mean, that's absolutely surprising. Absolutely not surprising at all.
Yeah, Will Levis was the latest.
God, that would have been
throwing everybody for a whirlwind there, but
it's interesting. So we've been putting out a lot more content this year, especially this offseason from when the season ended. And one thing definitely gave me perspective and more respect, I think, to these guys that talk football every single day for like 3-4 hours a day. And it's like you have to come up with different stories to get ratings. And we obviously were not trying to do that. I think we were trying to make our own like opinion, and it changed. Then I think it changed kind of throughout, and then also our opinions on certain players I think changed. But it's when you're speaking that much on what those levels are at, like they need to like they just need to come up with something that I think will get ratings and can have conversation,
Yeah, and I do think that they base it off of like semi-factual things. So like one of the latest ones I heard around the Patriots was Will Levis came in right before the end of the 30
the top 30 visits.
Yeah, top 30 visits right before those were no longer allowed. And everybody's like, "Oh, the Patriots are in talks to trade up to get Will Levis in the top 10." And it's like, "Okay, he came in for a top 30 visit." Like that to me says absolutely nothing. Now, if they did what the Colts did and they sent the whole organization to his pro day and then had him in for a top 30 visit and then brought him in again for another, I'm like, okay, well, like there's some serious interest there. So
no, and that's a good point, especially after our mock draft, because I actually had Anthony Richardson going to the Colts, but then Will Levis going later on. I think I had the tight. I forget actually. But you're right there. I think it's like I think Will Levis is going to go to the Colts, because of that. Like that stuff, I think you can kind of read in, and then on what we're seeing here, because we would have, I think, seen other information. I mean, with the way media is now and how easy it is to access information or to get information from people, like you can easily pay them off. Just get a little snippet here, and then they can run with whatever headline. But at the same time, though, based on that and what the story that you were saying with the Patriots, and it's like, oh, they're going to draft Will Levis. It's like, no, him stopping by at the place, like to interview, get a top 30, it does not mean that they're going to draft him.
No, yeah, exactly. And so like people make those stretches. So I do think we try to do our best in keeping things honest in what we actually think. So
yeah. But we're wrong most of the time anyway, so I'm surprised people watch.
So is everybody else that does this. So
it's funny because I really only see Mel Kiper once a year, and it's about this time. And dude has made a career, just around the NFL draft and prospects. And it's funny I see these videos, and like in defense of Mel, see these videos and like they can. Like it's a combination of what I said earlier about how they'll clip one thing about like, oh, he was dead wrong about this one player.
Yeah.
And it's like he could have said that in one instance a month before the draft, but then after watching more film, then he could be like, oh, this is actually a good pick or something like that.
So I think if you look at draft prospects in general, they're very much. I mean, I think it's only like a 60% success rate across first round picks.
Yeah.
So, like.
Well, and then what is success? Is it just getting a second contract?
Yeah, that's usually how it's measured. Is like getting a second contract with your team. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is a tough job. I'm glad that we can just provide our opinion about it and then get made fun of online.
Yeah, exactly. So
this is I'm very curious on why they're taking so long. Like, I guess unless they're talking to Bryce here still, just remember when they did this with Trevor Lawrence, it's like everybody
knows what they're going to do. Yeah.
Well, I know, but then they didn't just bring him out immediately.
It looks like they just reset the clock actually. Oh, no, the pick is in. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So we'll find out who the number one pick in the 2023 NFL draft is here shortly. But before we get to that, again, if you guys have not already, please go ahead and like and subscribe and support the channel. We love making content for you guys. So the best way to support us in doing that is to hit that subscribe button. Also, leave a comment down below. Ask us anything you like, and we will do our best to answer it.
Within reason.
Yeah, exactly.
PG-13 content maximum.
Yeah.
All right, so now let's go. Pick is in.
Tony Mandarich. I don't know who that is.
I think is that the guy, the coach that I just talked about with Bill Belichick. I can't remember. Tony Mandarich.
Tony Montana popped up on my computer when I searched it.
Bryce Young. How do you think he's going to do in Carolina?
Oh, he is number one? Did they just announce it?
Well, cameras painted on him. I think everybody knows.
Okay.
I would be shocked. With how many people are involved in this decision, how many people are asking questions. I would be shocked if someone wasn't just like, stop calling me, where it's Bryce Young. Like, just stop.
Yeah. All right, they're panning in on the stage. It looks like somebody is walking out slowly.
Is it not Goodell?
It is Goodell. They were just very far away.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
All right.
Well, it's official.
It is official. Bryce Young is a Carolina Panther. I'm
very curious on. I I don't know. As a Falcons fan, I don't know if I'm happy that I'm going up against him or not, or if I'd want CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
I almost would. He's I think by far the smartest of the quarterbacks. Because you hear these stories, you hear these reports where he would come in on a Monday morning, and the team hasn't even talked about like who they're playing on Saturday,
and he would have notes.
And he'd have notes like, "Hey, I think this defensive scheme will work better," or actually, I think this offensive play route or these formations will work well against this defense. He's already analyzed the entire team, and he knows how to attack them. So that scares me. Is that this guy that this guy is this smart and this intelligent? If those stories are true, but that also being said, though, there is some physical limitations, and if he is injury prone, this is going to be his concern. But I was starting to come to his defense a week or two ago, I think, and like if that's his only knack, you can't predict injuries. You can maybe predict that he's not going to be like Jamarcus Russell will be like if you hear these stories of him not trying or like you can probably guess like maybe some of his intelligence or lack of their football IQ if you just ask around. But everyone was so enamored by his physical capabilities, which rightly so.
Yeah.
But here though, if you hear these stories and how it is now such a like science that if your main concern is like he might get hurt, it's like, well, shoot, Peyton Manning could have gotten hurt. It's like anything could happen to reshape his career.
His size might make him more prone to it, but again, it wasn't an injury for him in college playing in the SEC. So I think that's the high floor pick. I think in a way, this could be he could have a Drew Brees-esque type of success because he's an undersized guy. He's probably going to have to adjust his release to be a little bit higher to compensate for his height. Because I actually watched an interesting, I don't know if it was a sports science episode or something along those lines, but they did a breakdown of Drew Brees' throwing film. And Drew Brees was 6 foot and Tom Brady was 6'5". But the way that each of them threw the football, they actually released the ball at pretty similar angles and heights. And so it was interesting to see the fact that he had tailored his game so much to compensate for what he really lacks in that is height. And I just think Bryce Young, he has the mentality to be super successful at the NFL. I think he's just going to have to now put in the work and hope, to what we talked about, hope he doesn't get injured. So well, and it goes to like one thing. I mean, he's had to deal with this his entire. I mean, even going back to high school, and then he was no matter what people say, he was a quarterback at Alabama. So and he was able to figure it out against the best collegiate competition on a year in, year out basis. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. I think on him figuring it out, it's just like with everything, it's just going to take luck. I would think it's so because he clearly has the talent. I think maybe he's got to get a little bit more arm strength, but I think he can develop that. Yeah. So, but first pick is in the books of the 2023 NFL Draft. The Texans second pick is in. Yeah.
How do you think it is? Do you think it's CJ Stroud?
I think it's Will Anderson.
Think it's Will Anderson?
I think so. I think they take Will Anderson, and then they trade up with 12. That's what I had in my last mock. That's what I'm going to stick with. I just think D'Amico Ryans went to Nick Caserio and was like, this guy would be absolutely unstoppable in this defensive system. Like, they actually had a decent defense last year, and then they already have Derek Stingley in there as well. So that to me could be a really interesting one. And then they trade up in 12 and get a project in Anthony Richardson or Will Levis, whichever one falls. They have the draft capital to do it. I want to say they have like 11 or so picks. So
yeah. Well, and they still have a first rounder next year, right? With the Browns.
Yes, I believe they
got three. I always get that mixed up with Russell Wilson as well.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Pretty similarly.
So that being said, though, let's say whoever quarterback that they do get with their second first round pick is a bust. It's like, well, then we got Caleb Williams, Drake May,
exactly.
Quinn Ewers. I mean, they have a much better quarterback prospect.
Also, too, so like there's been a lot of rumors about the Patriots trading Mac Jones, which I don't really buy into that much. But
Yeah, that would be crazy if they did it right here.
Yeah, and then it moved up and drafted another guy. That would be crazy. But I think you take a guy like that, I think you would be willing to find somebody who would give you a second or third for a project guy from the first round of last year. I mean, what did Josh Rosen get the year after his rookie season in Arizona? I think the Dolphins gave up a second for him. Like, no.
I thought he was still on the Cardinals.
He was still on the Cardinals when they drafted Kyler Murray, and then they traded him after.
Oh yeah,
I think they traded him for like a second. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
All right, we might be zooming in here for.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
So
all right.
I think the whole media just talked themselves in a circle for 2.5 months while the Panthers and Texans were scouting the back half of this draft. Because that was like everybody's mock from like middle of March and back.
Yeah.
So
and that goes to what it's like. It is such a that like because it's interesting too. Because I know we were just talking about Will Anderson, and it's like I don't disagree with this pick. Absolutely not. It's interesting on which route they go because there are some of those interesting concerns. But that being said, though, I think it is. I'd like the pick. It's what everyone's talked about for 3 months.
Yeah. So one thing that has been controversial with CJ Stroud is that S2 test. Rob Wilkin just commented, Johnny Manziel had the highest Wonderlic test of 2014. So this new S2 test is supposed to be pretty accurate, or not pretty accurate, but pretty robust in not necessarily predicting success, but a lot of people who score badly have not been successful. Whereas like the Wonderlic test, while it was like another piece to the puzzle, wasn't exactly a deciding factor. And I think this S2 test that is more current is, in theory, supposed to be better. But again, I feel like anything besides playing football is kind of there's going to be some error to it. So to me, I think you have to trust your eyes on what you see on film. And with CJ Stroud, he had a lot of questions, and then he answered every single one of them in that Georgia game.
Hey, I will say,
in January,
when I was at that Georgia game, I am correct. The Houston Texans did draft CJ Stroud, just not first overall.
Yeah, like you thought. Yeah,
thanks to Lovie Smith.
Yeah,
thanks to Lovie Smith. It was funny. I was golfing actually the other day with some Bears fans, and I was saying like the Bears, when they build that new stadium, they need to build a statue of Lovie Smith.
Yeah,
because they just got they got DJ Moore, first round pick next year. Let's see who they get. So, but good for CJ Stroud. I don't disagree with the pick. Like I know we were just talking about Will Anderson potentially going there. It just could just be the vibe, the feel of everything, and so
yeah.
But let's quickly move on here. Do you think the Cardinals trade out of this pick now with CJ Stroud gone? Because I
don't
saw.
Know. So right now, I think you look at it. Apparently, in the pre-draft process, the Cardinals were enamored with Devon Witherspoon, the corner from Illinois, and then also they really like Paris Johnson. But then you also still look Will Anderson and Jalen Carter still on the board, and so it's like you have 4 players there. Where if you trade back with the Raiders at 7, then they could
you could still get one of those guys, but the Raiders might not want to trade up. Like I don't think the Raiders are going to get a QB personally. Yeah, I'm at 3 minutes and 27 seconds.
I'm at 3:17. So
okay,
this could be really interesting because historically, and this could also just be how like I've noticed it. But when you watch teams wait so long on the clock, they could be fielding trade offers to see what they get. So
they could, yeah. Well, the team to me, I think that would make the most sense is the Titans if they were going to trade up because you have looks like the Texans and the Colts are going to be getting new young quarterbacks here. And you've already just Texans have CJ Stroud. If he pans out, I mean, that's going to be kind of a crazy good quarterback system down there.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, you got to be going up against Trevor Lawrence twice. And then whoever the Colts draft, maybe they don't pan out. But, I mean, but now you're sitting there with Ryan Tannehill and Malik Willis. Ryan Tannehill's on his last year deal, 35 years old. Like, he's not going to make it, at least with the Titans outside of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, the only thing, though, if you're the Titans, do you want to mortgage your future, like, for a guy now the third best quarterback with who these two, Will Levis and Anthony Richardson, have the lowest of floors, I will say.
Yeah. And so for me, I think if you looked at the San Francisco team a couple years ago that traded up from, I think, 11-3 also, they had to give up 3 first-round picks.
It was 12-3. But it was, yeah.
So they had to give up 3 first-round picks. They didn't have the holes that Tennessee has. And while I think Vrabel can coach up players, I don't think he quite has the plug-and-play system that that Kyle Shanahan runs.
Well, but it's so much more. That offense runs through Derrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
Like and you need to have an offensive line. But you're right. The 49ers were in a much better position to be more aggressive. Like now, I mean, it's like their first pick in this draft, for example, based off trades and everything, isn't until pick 100. Are you by any means concerned for the 49ers playoff chances this next season?
Oh, no, not at all.
No, they haven't had a first-round pick in 3 years. And it's like, no, they're probably going to win the NFC West still, depending on who their quarterback is. I mean, we have to see what happens with Trey Lance and also, what's his name? Brock Purdy as well.
Yeah.
I want to say Bryce Purdy. No, it wasn't it. I'm down to 56 seconds.
Trade alert. Cardinals trade pick to the Houston Texans. Wow.
Whoa. Oh, my God.
Crazy.
I love it.
It popped up Navy, and I almost crapped
the pick
myself.
is in. Will Anderson.
Oh, it's got to be Will Anderson.
It's got to be Will Anderson.
Holy cow. That's crazy. Speaking of, we didn't even talk about it, but we talked about the Texans trading up, but just later, like
I never. Did you see anybody predicting this? Like, no. I don't see. We were talking about 11-3, but I guess no one ever really thought about.
When was the last time a team had 2 top 5 picks?
I don't know.
Back-to-back top 5 picks.
Well, and they traded up. Hey, and you know what? Hey, I bet they traded
Will Anderson.
It has to be. It has to be Will Anderson. I mean, maybe if they really like Tyree Wilson, but it's got to be Will Anderson, right? Anyways, though, they what was I going to say? You know, hey, and I bet they traded one. I mean, maybe both first-round picks next, like if that's what it took. And
give them 12 in both next year, and then just say, screw it, we'll start at 36 or something. So,
I mean, maybe.
All right, it looks like they are going to the podium. Sorry, I'm trying to avoid a copy.
Oh, I love it. I love
the chaos. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, okay, hold on. And I'll start it when Roger walks out of the tunnel because I got to avoid that copyright strike.
Well, I think if we're commentating about it, I think
I just would rather try to avoid it as
I don't blame you at all. Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 3rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 3rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
Linebacker.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Wow. What a haul. They have an A+ for this draft, in my opinion, already.
Oh, I love it. Well, it's like the aggressiveness of it. Like I think that they got 2 great players. And we talked about how they should be getting Will Anderson anyways. And you know what? I bet they traded less because I bet people weren't probably thinking about this.
Yeah.
Because they think like, oh, I know. I want to see the trade value also. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, you know what? I just saw something here as well. Do you think?
Wow, Daniel Jeremiah predicted this. Cardinals Texans make trade in Daniel Jeremiah's final mock draft. It was released yesterday.
Oh, all right. Props to him.
Actually, he got it perfect. He said they take the quarterback from Ohio State and then the edge rusher from.
I see Will Anderson walking out here.
So,
I'm
terms number 3 and 105 for 12.33, a 2024 first and a 2024 third. So
they
still have a first next year.
Yeah. Let me double check that. But that's an awesome idea.
Oh yeah, no, that was chess, not checkers.
What an absolute, yeah, they have a first from Cleveland. I mean, so they still got absolutely. Then you go get you go and get arguably. I mean, you can make an argument that you got the best quarterback in this class, and then you arguably got the best overall prospect in this class.
Yeah.
So absolutely unreal. I mean, and 2 day one starters right there.
Oh,
I love it
immediately.
Well, I love the aggressiveness.
So one of the things that I think you look at, like their roster last year, actually wasn't that bad. They had a lot of decent players, and then immediately, like they now add 2 potential stars to the roster. Yeah. And I love it. I love that aggressiveness. If you want to win in today's NFL, that's what you have to do.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's absolutely. I mean, those 2 stars. Well, 2 stars. I give them 10 stars total, 5 stars for both picks. Even then with the combination as well. Now that CJ Stroud pick, I mean, I like even more just because of then the 40 chess that they're playing.
Yeah, exactly. Because they already have the second pick. Then you don't have to worry about getting in a trade war with somebody for number 3, and then you can undercut it and still get Will Anderson. So
yeah,
no, that was really smart. One of the coolest things I think we've ever seen on this draft show. Honestly, this is the 3rd year doing it. So
by far the shock. I mean, last year's receiver run was kind of crazy. I'm curious if we're going to see something there. But that being said, though, the move to get both of these guys, 2 picks, and honestly, they didn't give up that much. I mean, that's absolutely worth that 2nd round pick.
Yeah, exactly. So the Colts pick is in, and they're zooming in on the stage. Do you think this is Will Levis here?
I think it's Will Levis. I would think it's
you based on what you said.
I definitely think it's a quarterback. If they went either way, I wouldn't be upset if I'm a Colts fan. But no, I think it is Will Levis. I know I picked Anthony Richardson, but I think thinking more about it, and also too, I guess it's one of those. I mean, not to be everybody saying Will Levis, but it just seems like maybe Anthony Richardson. There was the hype train of him and his athleticism, which I totally get. But I think that they're going to go Will Levis here.
Yeah,
I think Will Levis. He might not have as high of a ceiling, but I think his floor is a little bit higher. So that's where I also think if you look at,
he still has a pretty high ceiling. Like,
oh no, I agree. I'm not saying that he has a low ceiling whatsoever, but Anthony Richardson could flop. Will Levis could absolutely flop, but
I think it's less likely that Will Levis is a total dud.
Will Levis we've seen 2 years of decent production from him. Last year was obviously much better than this past season. I think that they are going to go Levis here, but if they went Richardson, I wouldn't hate, I don't think that they would go any other position here at quarterback. I mean, they've talked about it adamantly that they do not want to have this quarterback carousel.
Irsay coming out saying that he's tired of these reclamation projects at quarterback is pretty loud, and I think people are feeling pretty strongly about that in the waiting room. So
I will say they are painting on Anthony Richardson here. It looks like at least.
Yeah, they are. So, all right. It looks like they are zooming in on the stage. Sorry, trying to make sure this high floors and low ceilings. Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
Here's the commission. With the 4th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson.
Wow.
I never should have changed my pick. I'm still right. I didn't change my pick. Great pick. Way better than Will Levis.
Man, that's interesting because now I think you look, Seahawks probably won't go Will Levis.
Hey, I'm telling you, man, he could fall. Like he really could fall.
Could fall. Yeah.
Like
I'm
even trying to think too. I don't think the Seahawks won't do it. Lions won't do it. I don't believe the Raiders will do it. I think the Raiders have too many other needs.
The Raiders are in the situation where he could come in and play. That to me is the next realistic pick.
They might
trade.
They might. Well, yeah. But so let's think about it realistically here. Well, let's talk about the Will Levis here in a second.
Yeah,
good for Anthony Richardson. This is, I think, a clear case of a guy. He's got so much immense talent. Mm-hmm. Like we see his freak athleticism. Obviously, some things to work on. If he is the starter, which I think they should just throw him in there. Yeah, the Colts. I mean, you're not going to win this year. I don't think you're going to win the division anyways with Jacksonville. So it's going to unfortunately be a trial by fire. That being said, though, you look at Shane Steichen's offense and what he wants to run and how he ran with Jalen Hurts. I mean, they can utilize the run with him. Now imagine him and Jonathan Taylor in the backfield.
Oh gosh,
I know.
I mean, so the thing that scares me the most is that power run game. Because now I think you have Mo Alley Cox, and then who's the other tight end?
Kylan Granson.
Yeah, Kylan Granson. And then you have Michael Pittman, who's also a really big wide receiver, and then Alec Pierce, another really big wide receiver. And the amount of force they could generate with behind that offensive line to me is just insane. And that's really interesting to me. I like that move a lot, and I'm really excited for Anthony Richardson. Everything that you heard about him is that he's just a great kid. He works super hard, and that he does not want to fail and will do everything in his power not to fail. So
well, and you see how quick he is, see how strong his arm is. I look at a guy like Alec Pierce and see how quick he is off the ball. Like I think that he can absolutely. I think those two can team up. Michael Pittman is an underrated receiver. We didn't get to see how great he truly was this year just because his offense was just fortunately awful. And so I think Shane Steichen's going to be able to come in, turn things around here. Mm-hmm. I don't think that they're going to do well this year just with how good the AFC is. But, I mean, maybe they can make an outside, wild card spot. Make some splash here. It's definitely going to be a learning curve for sure. But
no, it definitely
I mean, the dude's huge.
So one of the things too that I actually really like about this is you look at what Shane Steichen was able to do with Jalen Hurts, and to me, Anthony Richardson is kind of a Jalen Hurts, but like on steroids. Not actually, but like metaphorically, and like they both are going to struggle with the complex reads coming in. Mm-hmm. They both don't have the most accurate arm. Jalen Hurts had questions about his actual arm talent, whereas Anthony Richardson could throw a ball outside any stadium in the NFL. And so, that's not going to be the problem. It's just going to be, can he hone in all that power and then actually be able to accurately place the football. So that, to me, I really like that because Shane Steichen has had experience with that in Jalen Hurts. And then he's also had experience I don't like using the word dumbing down, but making an offense more simple for a young quarterback who might have limited accuracy. So
well, and he's coming into a team that should be a run-first offense. Anyways,
yeah.
With how Taylor is and how good that offensive line should be. So, but congrats to Anthony Richardson. Let's move on now. Seahawks are still on the clock, so let's quickly talk about Will Levis here and where he could fall. Raiders are the team I think that could potentially take him. But then outside of that, the next team that I legitimately see is the Titans. But they have other needs if they want to wait on a quarterback also. Also, outside, I mean, maybe the Commanders, maybe the Bucks, but that's going to be like he's going to have to fall to them. I don't think they're going to trade up and give away draft picks for either one of those teams. So there's only a select few that I think where Levis can go. Maybe the Bucks can trade up and get Levis, like they want to trade with the Eagles, or maybe if they want to trade, I don't know if they would trade with the Falcons, so to say, or maybe with the Bears. If Bears would want to get another first-round pick. But sitting here at Seattle, I've been going back and forth in my head. I know I mocked Tyree Wilson here. I think that he still would be a good pick. But then it's still Jalen Carter, and you have to be like, what? Like, this is where it's like there's only so much information that we don't know about his off the field stuff or the conversation that he's having with them. And he's had an absolutely horrible couple of months. And so just personally, so I wonder how that's going to how that affected him in his pro day. I know I have been tough on his pro day, but there's a lot of off the field stuff that I think that he's probably dealing with as well. So how much does that play into the Seahawks and if they wanted to go with him? Because if we're being completely honest, if we're looking at on the field talent, I mean, dude's arguably up there with Will Anderson as the best prospect in this class.
Oh yeah. Well, to me, I think you look at him and he is the best prospect in this class. Will Anderson, to me, I think had a really good system at Alabama. Yes, he was really productive over multiple years, but it's like his eliteness to me, I questioned. I think he was a top 10 pick for sure, but obviously the Houston Texans disagreed, and he could lead the league in sacks this season, and I'll be eating my words. So I just saw the Seahawks pick is in, but with Jalen Carter, I mean, elite level talent. There were a lot of talks that the Chicago Bears were not going to trade the first overall pick because they wanted to draft Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
And so like that for me, I think says a lot about what he brings. You look at this Georgia defense and the prospects that they've put into the NFL the last few seasons, and then Jalen Carter is the best one out of all of those guys. And that to me is kind of scary. So
yeah. I don't know. Well, we will just have to see here. I think it'll be defensive line. But like I wouldn't hate any other pick. I would not like Will Levis here. I'll just say that. I would not like Bijan Robinson here. But I would think it would be defensive line. I would probably go defensive line here if they can see past some of the other things. That being said, though, if they went secondary, I could see it as well. We haven't really talked too much about it. We've been so focused on the defensive line that maybe we missed that if that's the route that they went or go. But I mean, we'll just have to see. So it'll be interesting though. I mean, the Seahawks. I really like what the Seahawks are doing and what they could potentially do in 2023.
Yeah, no, definitely. So we do have 6 people in the chat right now. So go ahead and like and subscribe and leave a comment in the live chat box. Tyler and I will do our best to answer it. But first, it looks like the Seattle Seahawks are about to make their selection. So let's go ahead. Oh, nope, they cut away. All right, well, we will go to there to hear the Seattle Seahawks selection here in a second. So
we need to get in touch with the producers and be like, hey, come on. You have to let us know.
You gotta make
you have to let us know.
Yeah.
Remember when remember? Oh,
I was gonna say final. I just got the pick. It popped up on ESPN first, so.
Well, don't tell me.
All right, I want to hear your thoughts on it.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, quarterback, Illinois.
Okay. All right. All right.
So first thing that comes to mind, all those Seahawks fans that told us that we were stupid for mocking a cornerback in the first round to the Seahawks. Pete Carroll felt differently. Just going to say it. But anyways,
Well, in their defense, though, when we say that, we haven't mocked that in a long time.
Yeah,
in the
that
beginning.
was that was mock draft 2, I think.
Yeah.
So
I don't hate the pick. It's like, as I said, I probably, if we're going based off their needs, might have gone defensive line. But that being said, though, I mean, he's the best corner in the class. Like, if you have concerns about, if you have concerns, I like first thing they're showing in Indiana.
Yeah,
highlight,
exactly.
Of course.
Guy just getting absolutely lit up.
Oh my God, he got destroyed. He got destroyed. But if you have concerns about Carter, I totally get it. Like, if you have concerns about Carter, but then he's clearly the next best, like he's clearly the best guy, like maybe you risk it. And if you have other guys that you feel are just as good and provide just as good value, but just in a different position, then I think you can go with him. I think one thing that's maybe not being said about Witherspoon is, so he is a little bit smaller, yes. But I think one thing that provides is actually like maybe some positional versatility. He is quick enough, I think, if he would move into a free safety position or maybe strong safety or move inside the nickel corner. So I think he provides some. He's not purely just like he's an outside corner just because he's so big or so quick or something like that. I think he has some versatility to where, let's say he doesn't pan out here, but he still shows a lot of promise. You can move him around.
So to me, this kind of reminds me of the Legion of Boom, where they had Cam Chancellor, and not that Richard Sherman was much smaller than Cam Chancellor, but they had a lot of matchup pieces. And I think now you have Tariq Woolen, who's like this 6'4", 200-pound freak. And then you go and you get Devon Witherspoon on the other side that's this 5'11", 185-pound, just stick of dynamite that's ready to explode on the ball, no matter if it's a running play, passing play, or ball's loose on the ground, no matter what. So I really like that fit. I do agree. Maybe they could have invested into the defensive line, but they're in a class where there's not a lot of blue chips. I think that it's hard to pass up on one of them. So
yeah, no, and that's a good point, because that's what's interesting too about this is it's like we talked about this during our mock drafts. It's like there's a lot of really good players, like you say, blue chips. Like say, like there's probably a lot of guys that are 4, maybe 5-star. You know, like if I'm making the comparison, but blue chips, like, and that's fair. I mean, maybe Devin Witherspoon, you could potentially put him up there in the blue chip prospects. Maybe he's fringe blue chip 5-star for sure. And there's only so few of those. Maybe there's like some really good 4-stars in this guy. There's a lot of those, but there's still some shakiness to overall to what they can provide, and some question marks. His only question mark is honestly something similar to Bryce Young, is maybe just a little bit smaller. Like that's honestly.
So one thing that you can kind of rebuttal to the size argument, the league and the game is kind of shifting towards those smaller guys.
Oh,
they're playing closer to flag football than the football they played back in like the 80s and 90s.
I completely agree. I'm saying that.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that as like a general thing. I'm not debating.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was me. If I'm being completely picky. So let's quickly move on to this next pick, though, because I have sources saying that there is a trade coming up here. By sources, I mean a sleeper app.
Who's the trade with?
Arizona.
Really?
Saying that Arizona's trading up to the number 6 pick.
Interesting. So they took away the bar on the screen. I can't see the.
No, same here. So that is according to Sleeper right now.
Yeah. Interesting. That would be really, really interesting. Use some of that draft capital they just got to move back up. Maybe still get Jalen Carter. I think you look at Jalen Carter in
who you might.
Hargrave. To me, that's really similar. And then Jonathan Gannon loved Javon Hargrave. Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And with where you're at with the Cardinals, you just need good players.
Yeah.
And so Carter can absolutely be that good player. I think. I'm not sure. Can you hear my daughter also with her opinion as well?
Yeah. She doesn't. She disagrees with you.
Maybe she'll make a special appearance tonight.
Yeah.
On her overall pick here. So for our 6 viewers, maybe stay tuned. Stay tuned. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll have a special guest. But I'm sure our mom and dad who are watching would love to see that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Let me see this here if they have. I am not. Where can I find the news thing on here?
The
Elite
news.
chat. On the Sleeper app. The Sleeper app is an awesome app actually for fantasy football. I actually really enjoy it. Let me see here. Where can I get news? No. Can I just find something on here that is just in general? All right, I see it's back on here.
It is. It says the pick is in, and then trade alert.
Trade alert.
It said Arizona Cardinals.
Hey, any chance? I'm trying to think here.
Do you think Will Levis?
No, I don't think. I mean, get rid of Kyler Murray. I mean, I think that would be. I mean, maybe you trade
it's
Kyler
a whole
Murray.
new regime.
Just get rid of Kyler Murray, send him to the Lions. He can back up Jared Goff after this. I actually, honestly, would probably think maybe Bijan might be a potential option here.
Actually, that makes sense because you think about
if you're going to trade up, I don't know if I'd want to trade up for Jalen Carter considering everything.
Yeah,
but you trade.
Well, but you did just get a surplus. So here's the trade details. Oh, they only gave up. I think it's the second they just got from the Texans, and then the 12th pick.
So that's totally fair. Like,
yeah,
I could potentially see Bijan here. If I'm being completely honest. I mean, I really think that could be it. With that little given up, I could see them maybe taking Carter. I don't want to see. Okay, no, yeah, they don't look at ESPN. Let's try and be surprised here. Let's try and be surprised.
ESPN's pumping them out really fast.
Oh yeah, well you just got to turn your phone off.
Well, I'm looking at the.
That was on your phone.
The Detroit Lions have traded the 6th pick to the Arizona Cardinals. With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr.
Okay.
I wonder what he just said. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I still like it.
I still like
that pick. I still like that pick. So I know I said Bijan. Paris would not have been there at 12. Paris would not have been there at 12 if you're wanting to go with the tackle.
Well, so now I'm really curious. So does this start a run on tackles? Because I think Peter Skoronski is going to be a top 12 pick.
So I will say, I think if you're at the Raiders, if you want it, Raiders could legitimately go any position. I think the Raiders could go don't go Bijan because you have Josh Jacobs. Well, unless you only sign him to a franchise tag. So if you want to take him and then just use Josh Jacobs kind of as can mold him in to whatever you want him to be. I think the Raiders here can go anything. Let's talk about Paris Johnson Jr. for a little bit here. I like the pick. I always had Skoronski going first because I had the Falcons taking him. That was more because of a positional need, as well as I think also the overall value. Like, I think maybe he's a little more technically sound, but if you look at the overall, the size of what Paris Johnson Jr. I mean, he's there. He is there at minimum starting right tackle. Let me pull up to see who their left tackle is. I'm pretty sure, but you want him to come in and hey, you are going to DJ Humphries is their left tackle right now. Calvin Beachum.
To me, I think he's the left tackle day one. He's the best tackle that they might have on their roster right now.
I think so as well.
That
and he's better than Calvin Beachum right now, who's 33 years old. Coming out he's and that's a right tackle. DJ Humphries, he was their first round pick in 2015. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, maybe you keep him there until he retires, and then just have him at right tackle. But I still like the pick, and you're trying to protect Kyler Murray for as long as possible. And so, I like to pick a lot. I think I got hung up on Bijan just because it's really kind of the mystery of this first round, like the true mystery. Like we all knew that there'd be quarterbacks taken, and maybe like Will Levis will be taken here. Maybe he'll be taken at 11, but we know he'll be taken somewhere. Bijan legitimately could be taken by anybody at any time.
Yeah, exactly.
Like so, except for at 7. I don't think he'll be taken here at 7. But I've been wrong about Bijan picks before. Just as
Do you
in
think
right now.
so? Well, we'll get to Atlanta when it's their pick. I was going to ask if you think the Falcons will take Bijan, but
it's very possible. Very possible. So
I'm seeing tweets. # Raiders trade down. That's just a random guy. There's no backing to that.
Okay. It's the internet. Must be true.
Yeah.
I like it though.
Wow. So when Detroit lost out on Witherspoon, they reports in quotes had no interest in anybody else at 6.
Nice.
So
nice. Okay, so then we were right on the Witherspoon pick.
Yeah, they liked Witherspoon.
Yeah.
So I think you look at who's left on the board and who the Raiders could want. I think this is a Jalen Carter spot. However, the fact that they are in Las Vegas, I think is controversial for Jalen Carter specifically.
We are live. We cannot make any jokes about.
Okay, that wasn't a joke. That was a legitimate.
Okay.
Of like, I think Jalen Carter.
While
the best player on the board, will not be drafted by Vegas because of.
I am just saying.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because there's a history. Yes.
Yeah.
But that all being said, though, in all seriousness, I think he would actually. Football wise,
I think great fit.
Football wise, I would love to go live in Las Vegas. I think that'd be great. Horrible for my Irish Catholic gambling problems, but anyways, I think he would fit in well. I mean, imagine Max Crosby and Jalen Carter next to each other. I think there's an organization, and it's funny. Like when we say it's weird saying off the field issues with him because it's like I think there's some things that like are not truly his fault or anything. But when it comes to, in general on the football field, I think he would help out that defensive line and that defense so much.
Yeah.
So much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a true 3-down defensive player. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, you go. Well, and Max Crosby, I mean, he had, 14 sacks last year, Max Crosby? Or something like that?
Yeah, he was a Pro Bowler. One of the top guys in the league with one of the top guys in the league in sack numbers. The Raiders pick is in. It looks like they're cutting to commercial break, though. So.
Well, that sucks.
All right, final prediction. Oh, no, they cut back. Who do you think it's going to be really quick?
I mean, maybe they go Christian Gonzalez if they really like him.
I think
to me, though,
Gonzalez.
I can see it being Gonzalez because if you look at that division, I mean, you need to have good corners. And there's a guy, I mean, how quick he is and everything and what he could bring to the table and his ceiling. That being said, though, it's funny. It sounds like we're not going Levis at all. It sounds like Levis is completely off the board.
I think they could go Levis. I just would be more surprised based on the prospects that are left on the board. I'm really curious how far Jalen Carter falls. I don't see him going here at 7.
I would be shocked if Carter goes past Philadelphia.
Oh, I don't think I would be shocked if they don't take him here. If the Falcons don't take him.
Oh wait, I thought you just said you'd be shocked if Carter is taken here.
No. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'd be shocked if he's at 8 and the Falcons.
Oh yeah. I'll go with Carter here. I'll stick with Carter. I think that you pair him out with Max Crosby. It's hard to imagine kind of what that would do. I understand that it's bad and everything that's going on, but if there's an organization that would embrace that, I think that it would be the Raiders. And even said it's like I feel weird saying it because like it's in quotes. Like everybody loved the kid until recently, and so
Deb Tracy has joined the chat. She says, "Go Browns."
Why are you watching tonight,
Yeah, they don't have a pick.
Yeah, you're not doing anything tonight.
Yeah.
What's going on? Yeah. Got nothing better to do? Hi, Mom.
Yeah. Love you, Mom. But yeah, I'll agree with you. I'm going to go Jalen Carter. I think at 7, the risk is worth the reward there. You just got to come in and be really strict with him off the field and just be like.
Well, hey, I will say,
ESPN.
I will say, saying all that though, and I know I just talked about him. It'd be tough not to not go Peter Skoronski as well.
True.
Have we said the name at all?
No.
Okay. That's a name we did not even mention.
No, that actually we didn't mention.
Yeah, we didn't even mention Tyree Wilson either. It's funny with all the theatrics. I did not even. What's been going on? Kind of forgot about Tyree Wilson here.
I did too. Actually,
I like that pick. We were talking about taking Jalen Carter.
Yeah,
and everything.
Get the physical specimen.
But Tyree even Wilson. It's funny taking Jalen Carter there, and like how much he'd help Max Crosby. Yeah. Imagine Tyree Wilson now on the other side.
On the other side, yeah. No, exactly. And I think too, he's big enough. They could do what do you call it? Crash and pull, where you have 3-4 defensive front, and then the outside linebacker pulls, and then the Tyree Wilson crashes. Could you imagine that with Max Crosby and Tyree Wilson? That'd be pretty nice.
No, so. I mean, and then in that division, when you're going up against Mahomes and Herbert, you're going to want to have to just get after the quarterback here.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But good pick. I mean, I've liked all the picks so far. I mean, we kind of thought these top 7 guys we all kind of figured would be taken 7. Maybe we could replace Richardson with Levis, and like they're kind of interchangeable, I feel. Levis will not be going here at 8. I would be shocked. That's like the one pick I don't want at 8.
Would you be upset?
I would be upset. I feel like that would be a waste of a pick. It's like, and I would love. And 4 years from now, when we win a Super Bowl with Will Levis, I will gladly eat my words.
That you're wrong.
Yeah, I would gladly say that I'm wrong. I would be. This is the beauty, I think, with Atlanta and what we've done in the offseason.
So I think there's 3 players that fit.
Okay, go ahead.
Skoronski, Bijan, and Jalen Carter.
Only name I might throw in is maybe Christian Gonzalez. Maybe. Like that's
but
loose.
They just traded for Okudah. They have AJ Terrell. Like, I think of your more pressing needs.
I don't disagree. Okudah, you got 3 first-round corners. Start like Okudah could kick inside and play nickel, so it'd be a lethal secondary. Then you had that, like if you add on Jesse Bates as well. We'll get to the favorite team uniform discussion here in a second. We can spoiler alert. It's not the Browns. You
don't like, was it Elfie?
I don't like Elfie. And orange and brown don't really match very well on me personally.
The Falcons are making this pick. The pick is in.
Yeah.
They're showing Will Levis. So
I would be shocked if it's Will Levis.
Oh, now they're showing Jalen Carter.
I don't think it's going to be Will Levis. I could honestly see it being Jalen Carter. They have focused so much on this defensive line, adding David Onyemata, adding Calais Campbell. They also added Bud Dupree recently as well. I feel like I'm missing somebody else also.
Didn't they add an edge rusher?
Calais Campbell, Bud Dupree. Shoot, now I feel like I am missing somebody now. That's how many people that they've added. I'm blanking on it. Let me pull this up here. David Onyemata, Bud Dupree. Eddie Goldman came out of retirement as their nose tackle as well. They signed Caden Ellis to linebacker. Jesse Bates obviously was the one big free agency signing. Traded for Jeff Okudah. They also signed Mike Hughes from Detroit as well. So they have essentially we're taking the great Detroit secondary and implementing that here in Atlanta. So that's a good argument against Christian Gonzalez, is that we've spent so much on the secondary. But at the same time, now I feel like I could use that argument against against Jalen Carter as well.
Yeah, they've already invested so much.
They've already invested so much. That being said, though, it's like if they did that, like I would completely understand the pick of going Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
But that's where it brings me to maybe if they go Skoronski or if they go Bijan Robinson, just because they haven't really invested too much on the offense. If you're looking at long term, I mean, Bijan Robinson, you get 5 years, obviously, of him in his prime. We all can see how great he is.
Yeah.
I mean, like generational talent. My only thing though is like, if he gets, I feel like it just might be a little early. I'm going to be stoked. I'm going to be stoked, honestly, no matter who they get, as long as it's not Will Levis.
Mhm.
But it's just those concerns. But it even goes back though to what I said about Bryce Young. Is like you can't predict these injuries if you're looking at talent as of right now. I mean, dude's one of the best running backs that we've seen in a long time since Saquon Barkley.
He's
it's been
day one of training camp. He's a top 5 running back.
I know it's going to mess with my dynasty team too because I have Tyler Algier. Just darn it.
Yeah.
Darn it.
Well,
I'm gonna be happy either way though. I'm gonna be happy either way.
I think at this point, if you pick one of those 3 guys, I think you guys are good. When you start reaching into the 4th round to draft players, like my team does, then that's when you start seeing yourself get in some trouble.
Yeah, but you guys have won 6 Super Bowls though, so I think that's a little bit better.
Fair,
it's a little bit better. So the pick is in. We are still waiting.
Yeah, this is a really long commercial break.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for that seal to break on all the trades because
but so that's where it's like what we talked about though. I don't know if we're gonna see that though. Like last year there was good middle tier receiver talent like how we saw. Yeah. And now this is good talent up here, but we're trying to figure it out. And the Texans kind of kicked it off.
Yeah.
But it's like, I understand how athletic Nolan Smith is. Would you really want to trade up and give away draft picks for him, though? Or Lucas Van Ness or anything?
Yeah.
So
actually, Nolan Smith was a name we didn't even really mention. So Rob Wilkin wants to know why no Levis. Why do you not want Will Levis?
It's not that I dislike Levis. It's more of the fact that I think with the Falcons, we have so many more needs than quarterback right now. I think we need to see what Desmond Ridder has, our quarterback. We also signed Taylor Heineke as well. I think at quarterback, we're fine, at least at minimum, for just having a game manager. If they don't pan out, then we can draft one of the good quarterbacks coming out in next year's class. So, but it looks like, at least from my end, it looks like the Falcons are getting ready to pick and come out.
Are they doing one of those announcement things?
It looks like it. Oh, my heart! What's my heart rate at right now?
I was gonna say, is your smartwatch telling you to?
For the Atlanta Falcons pick, I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris and Shane are a true testament to the power of mentorship. The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America as part of our work on social justice through our initiative, Inspire Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
The Bears and Eagles have made a trade. They flip spots.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson, running back, Texas.
I like it.
Okay, so running back in the first round, running back in the top 10. He's the best running back prospect.
Well, and this goes to
so long. There's only a few blue chip guys in this class.
Well, inside.
Eagles got Jalen Carter. That's what it is.
Oh, they traded for Jalen Carter?
They swapped picks with the Bears for Jalen Carter.
Is that already official?
No, that's what it's going to be.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
And with this pick, I mean, now we look at it, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, everyone's all excited about this. Tyler Algier is like, he had 1,000-yard rushing last year and he only played – he played a lot more in the second half of the season, so he got to 1,000 yards. So are they going to run the wishbone in 2023 in Atlanta? I bet it would work.
Yeah.
I bet it would absolutely work. Algier, Cordell Patterson, and then Bijan Robinson in the backfield. Yeah. So, I mean, as I said, I don't hate this pick.
The Eagles pick's already in.
The Eagles, you're right. I bet Jalen Carter.
It's Jalen
and
Carter.
But I mean, even they're showing this highlights now, and I'm getting a little excited. So
like that's the thing. It's like, I don't like. He does so much more than just a traditional running back, and you get him for 5 years. And at 8, you're going to pay him like a top 10 back in the league already, but that's not going to be a huge cap hit. And so I think in a class like this, I think taking that pick at 8 on the elite running back isn't that bad.
Yeah. No. Oh, so it's funny. I said this earlier, and I try to preface as much as where it's like I'm not against this pick, but if we're looking at the overall whole of a team, I'm curious. Like you could have potentially got Jahmyr Gibbs in the second round, and so it's like, but so. How much better is Bijan than Jahmyr Gibbs? That being said, though, he is better than Jahmyr Gibbs.
Better.
Is this offense now with how well we ran the ball last year? If this offensive line can stay healthy, now you look at Bijan Robinson in that backfield now, and what he can bring also outside catching the ball. Don't have to rely on Cordell Patterson and Tyler Algier nearly as much. They could do a 2 running back system with both of them in the backfield. Cordell Patterson can go into the slot more. Then we have Drake Collins and Kyle Pitts. It's like. Yeah, that offense is pretty scary. It's pretty scary, and we'll get a left guard here for sure in the first round. In the second round, or third round, I guess, or fourth round.
Actually, I think you look at it.
Maybe the fifth.
You guys could potentially trade up and get a guy at the end of the first round if Osiris Torrance or John Michael Schmitz falls. That could be interesting.
So when it comes to Ritter being able to stretch the field, he is actually decently mobile. He's obviously nowhere near like a Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson mobile, but he is able to stretch the field a little bit. If you're referring to running left, right,
no, I think he's talking about vertically in the passing game.
Oh, he's got a decent arm.
Yeah, I think he can.
He has a decent arm.
One of the things the Falcons don't have a true like speedster. They did sign Scotty Miller and Kyle Pitts is a good seam threat, but
so what you'll see a lot this year though is Drake London is A.J. Brown when Arthur Smith was the offensive coordinator. They will do a lot of play action. Then you're going to have a lot of these 10-yard in-route post routes where it's going to be a read option, and then Ritter's going to hit Ritter or Kyle Pitts, whoever the read is, over the middle. So that's going to be more the route that they go. So vertically, yes, I mean, like it'd be great to have a cannon, but also with the way that the offense runs, they do it through long, like multiple play drives, long drives that eat up a lot of clock. Ironically, something the Falcons have not done in a really long time is these like 10, 15 play drives. So in general though, man, I mean, super excited. I mean, we got arguably like top 5 prospect in the entire class at number 8.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I think you look at it, him and Jalen Carter are the 2 best football players in this class.
I'd include Will Anderson in there, maybe.
Yeah, Will Anderson as well. But like positional value-wise, I think let me put it this way: if this draft was in 2003, Bijan would have easily been top 5 pick.
The Bears would not have traded back to 9.
No,
they would have. They would have taken Bijan 1 overall. And then Bryce Young would be a Texan. So, I mean, I like the pick. It's like what I said. I didn't hate any of the picks outside of what's his name?
Will Levis.
Yeah, Kentucky.
And to me, I think you look at Will Levis now. He's pretty much solidified to fall outside the top 10 again, barring a trade.
Yeah, Eagles aren't going to take him. Bears aren't going to take him. Only way he could
Titans
go.
Could.
So the Titans, to me, you have Paris Johnson's off the board. Maybe they can go Darnell Wright because running would be huge. Run blocking is huge for that team and that franchise. If they're going to stick with Derrick Henry and they're not going to trade him. Excuse me, sorry. That being said, though, now with the Bears at 10, the Bears are clearly. I mean, if they don't like it, any of the anybody here,
he's walking out to the thing.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
The Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle.
The rich get richer. The rich get richer. I don't know how else to like.
No, I mean, like you have him next to Fletcher Cox now.
Oh yeah, and then also Jordan Davis is already there.
Jordan Davis is already there as well, and so then you still have Hassan Reddick on the outside. You still have Brandon Graham back there as well.
Yeah.
I guess
that's ridiculous.
I mean, they've solidified their front now, even after those guys retire. Now with Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter leading the way. So
yeah,
I mean, absolutely.
I mean, for the Eagles, though.
Yeah. Great pick. I mean, this is what got them the Chris Olave trade? Is that what it was?
Yeah. It's from the Saints. Yeah.
So.
No. So, like, the Saints, the Eagles had 3 first-round picks last year. So they gave one to the Saints for a first round this year. Plus, another pick.
Which then got them Jalen Carter. So.
I would say it worked out.
Jim Tracy, that is a steal for the best NFC team.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, people when the season ended and the playoffs started, people were I think Ryan said this earlier. People were legitimately talking about the Bears not trading back so they could get Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
And they got arguably the number 1 prospect at number 9.
Yeah. I said this earlier in the stream, and the amount of NFL caliber players that Georgia had been putting out over the past few seasons has just been absurd, right? Well, I think they had 3 first-round picks last year that didn't include Nakobe Dean, or they had another corner that was drafted a little bit later. But so that didn't even include those guys. And then you look at all the other players in this year's class: Nolan Smith, Keely Ringo, Jalen Carter is clearly the best one out of all those guys. And like, that's just the first round picks that I named. That's not like, or the first and second round picks. That's not the day 3 guys that got drafted as well. So yeah, that's a hell of a pick.
Yeah, no. It's worth the 4th rounder that they gave up just to move on one spot.
Yeah, a 4th rounder next year.
Which to be fair, I guess, well, not to be fair, but the question, why aren't the Bears taking Jalen Carter? Like, you gave up. I guess if
they're probably going to draft an offensive lineman.
And I guess they just get an additional pick just in the meantime. Like maybe the Eagles said, like, hey, like maybe the Eagles knew that they didn't like Jalen Carter and they weren't sure. Mm-hmm. But this is where, to me personally, I think the pick is in. It looks like for the Bears. I don't know. Are they doing it right now? No, it looks like Adele's getting off the stage here. But to me, I guess with the Bears, I'm trying to think. Maybe they will pick a kicker. Potentially they will. I would think that. I mean, offensive line like Skoronski here. Like as what we talked about with the overall versatility. I think the overall versatility that he can bring that offensive line, I think could be huge.
Well, to me, I heard a comparison for Peter Skoronski, and it's as a guard, he's Quentin Nelson. And I actually really like that comparison because athletically they're really similar. They're really similar build-wise. And I think he's so technically sound that he would solidify that offensive line with pretty much one pick. And then I think you couple that in, he has left tackle experience and was a 5-star center recruit coming out of high school. So
yeah. Trying to pull up now here the draft to see if I can pull up who else is still on the board. Skoronski, Nolan Smith, Lucas Van. Now we're getting to the very interesting part of the round where it's like you're
going to start seeing a lot of guys.
Well, a lot of guys could fall. A lot of different guys could go. A lot more interesting potential picks could be taken here because I mean, we all knew Bijan and how good Bijan was. Weren't sure where he was going to go. Going to Atlanta, I mean, like great pickup as we said. Very excited for it, and I think Skoronski is the next guy here. But even like we could see someone like Gonzalez fall. We could see obviously Levis is going to fall. Well, maybe. I mean, the Titans are picking next, so we'll have to see. Where is Darnell Wright going to go? Broderick Jones, the other offensive lineman.
Yeah,
there's a lot more edge rushers. When's the first receiver going to come off the board? Is it going to be tight end first? Actually, so very interesting. Just overall kind of layout now because everything is like there's been some shocking things to happen. But like we knew Devin Witherspoon was going to go in the top 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Like right. Like the fact that he went to the Seahawks, maybe a little bit surprising, you know.
Yeah.
Looking at it, we could see like Jalen Carter was not getting past the Eagles for sure.
Yeah.
And
I didn't really see the trade up, but we'll see.
What's funny though is like for the Texans, no one saw the Texans being traded up. However, we all saw Will Anderson going 3rd overall, you know. So it's like all the top players have kind of gone in the respective order.
ESPN, I need to delete that app.
You do.
Keeps ruining the picks.
Let me see. I'm trying to think here.
The Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright.
Oh, so they
did pick
so they did go offensive line when Darnell Wright.
Yeah. I like that. He's a true right tackle. He's going to bring a lot of aggressiveness and attitude to that offensive line that I think they really need, and a lot of power. A lot of power. So
and let me see this here draft tracker here. I'm trying to pull this out of where I can see the prospects that are still available. But
ESPN, and then it says you can block out the part where it says the pick is in. So
you can. Okay.
The Titans pick is already in. I'm actually really curious to see who this is because this could be anybody. Like this could be ASN. This could be Broderick Jones. It could be Will Levis.
I don't know. With how quick it is, though, I mean, I would think Will Levis, right?
I think. But again, it's I almost said Rob Ninkovich, but it's Mike Vrabel. Like he drafts closer to how the Patriots draft rather than like a traditional team. So
yeah, but you also got to think into the future. But even then, though, it's like the Patriots drafted Mac Jones a couple years ago, like when they knew that they needed a quarterback. So here, I mean, I think you take a shot. At minimum, he becomes the number 2 quarterback because Malik Willis is not going to cut it. I don't think.
No, I also think too. You look at that division. Houston just got a whole lot better tonight. And then Jacksonville's already going to win that division anyways.
Well, and then the Colts got Anthony Richardson as well.
Colts got Anthony Richardson. So,
I mean,
3 teams in that division get a new quarterback tonight. That'd be crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see this here. Great analysis, Deb. Great analysis. I can tell all your research has been paying off. I couldn't agree more with you, to be honest. So you really know your stuff. You should make more comments.
Yeah,
you should absolutely make more comments on this channel.
All that time spent at the Hall of Fame really paid off. So,
do you think that's where she got her info from?
Yeah,
from her contacts at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, we never answered her question about the uniforms.
Well, we never answered the question from the first initial question that started the uniform conversation.
Yeah. Well, I know I kind of said I like the Panthers uniforms. I'm a sucker for the blue jerseys. I like those. Those look nice.
I don't hate the Seahawks when they have those neon green ones. I
hate those. Like highlighters running around.
They're different. I'd say they're different. Yeah. Anything's better than the Browns.
No, that's fair.
I can say that for sure. I'm a sucker for the Falcons, particularly the one. What's like
the
one?
gradient ones?
Yeah, the gradient one. I like those when they match into the uniform, but I'm also biased as well.
Yeah.
Tough for me, honestly. Also, the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins ones are slick. I kind of like. Maybe I just like highlighter color. Maybe
the Dolphins ones are good when they have like the all blue, like that light blue, like tealish color. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We've already spent way too much time on this. This is serious.
This is serious stuff.
Yeah.
This is serious stuff. Be sure to comment though on more questions that you want us to talk about.
Oh man. Okay. So we're about to come back from commercial break here. Who do you think this pick is?
To me, with how quick it is, how is it not Will Levis?
Sorry, there's a commercial of a ceiling just falling in on a guy chilling on his sofa.
Oh, I see
like
that. I see that now.
But yeah, I agree. I think Will Levis is probably most likely. I think you also look at what some of, like, I think they could go Peter Skoronski, keep investing in that offensive line. Do you think in any way it could be like Nolan Smith or Lucas Van Ness, one of these edge rushers?
I mean, completely possible. I going back to what you said earlier, like I don't disagree that it could be anybody, but unless if I'm just maybe I'm overreading it too much, but with how quickly it is, it's like we all know they need a quarterback. I think everyone saw like Malik Willis, or maybe at least creates quarterback competition, but they drafted Willis as like a need in the 3rd round last year, but that doesn't pan out that often. Like shoot, even Desmond Ridder, I think went a couple picks before him. It still might not pan out. And he was a 3rd round pick as well. So, and when you look at Will Levis, though, he does show a lot of potential, and we've seen him be successful against much more top tier talent. That being said, though, it could be Jackson Smith and Njigba. It could be Peter Skoronski. It could be Nolan Smith, Lucas Van. The Titans need everything. Could be Christian Gonzalez. Like they really do need a lot. Mm-hmm. So, to me, I just it's they were nowhere near even competitive with Malik Willis, and they were so one-dimensional. They're already one-dimensional. Then when Tannehill got hurt, then they were even more one-dimensional than what they were currently. So, I think they're looking at that. Levis at least brings an arm, a little.
Well, Malik Willis has an arm, just not an accurate one. So, I think it's most likely Levis, but another. Okay, so last two uniforms that I'll say. The Titans, I like. They have some pretty cool uniforms.
Titans are nice.
And then the other one, the Ravens blackout uniforms are pretty cool.
That one's not bad. Yeah. Those aren't bad. I guess I would need to go back and look. I would need to just go and look and see. We would honestly need to dissect it. We would probably need some assistance as well. Maybe we can ask some of our family members to then really help out with the editing and production. Maybe we can make a whole series about like what went into each uniform and why. So even little things like the Falcons here, so you can see how the Falcons like that. It makes an F for Falcons.
Yeah.
Like,
I saw
little
a
little
girl
things
that made
like
a TikTok for the Lions logo. And it was like a Lions logo redesign, and it was actually really cool. I'll have to find it and send it to you. But like she made the word Lions like this weird font, and then it looked like the Lions mane. So it looks like the Texans. Oh, damn it!
The Titans.
The Titans are. Sorry, I just saw the pick again. About to make their pick, so I know who it is.
You know who it is.
Yeah.
With the 11th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle.
Okay.
You can't be mad at that.
No,
pass
I
on
like
to
it.
Levis. If you don't think he's the guy, then you don't think he's the guy. So
I like it. It goes to kind of what I was saying a little bit earlier. Like I would have thought that they just would have gone Levis just because of the quarterback need. However, though, with what they were, I think Skoronski, if they're sticking with this now, I think he can come in and help them potentially win like from day one. And who's to say they don't go Hendon Hooker in the 2nd round?
No, that's very fair. So this is an interesting thing that I've noticed. They didn't read him off as a tackle. They read him off as a guard.
He's a guard. I'm sorry. You look at him, then you look at Paris Johnson Jr., or you look at Darnell Wright, or then you look at or like Broderick Jones. He's just 6'4", 310. He can even lose a couple pounds maybe and like slim down and speed up as well and help with that interior offensive line. Yeah. And I absolutely agree. Derrick Henry loves that pick, you know. Yeah. And so especially too with all the potential trade talks of Derrick Henry going somewhere.
I was just about to add to that. Derrick Henry loves that pick because I think that officially probably means he's staying a Tennessee Titan next year.
I would think so.
I don't think they would do that and then trade him.
Yeah. Well, one of the things too with this pick is what they're showing now. They're showing a lot of highlights. You can have him start at tackle and then kick inside the guard, you know, and see how he does against some of the bigger defensive ends that maybe he didn't face in the Big Ten. So, but we'll just have to see. I will say now the Lions pick is in. It's interesting now with them trading back. Jameson Williams just got suspended. Imagine if they also got JSN. You could maybe see them going Michael Mayer, but also they're picking at 18 again. Also, though, they've also lost a couple of corners thanks to the gambling thing. And we were a lot of projections of Christian Gonzalez going at number 12. A lot of different routes I think that they can go here. Lions have 5 of the next 43 picks. That's insane, actually. I didn't
they have
realize that.
30-something, 42.
They have 12, 18, 34, 48, and 55. So, it's funny. That being said, though, I know they're trying to plan for the future as well. I know we talked about Will Levis a bunch. No way. Oh, shoot. This is why I hate ESPN being up, though. Because I'm
probably about to get notified.
This is a shock. Okay, yeah, no, I'm getting rid of. I want to be surprised.
With the 12th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft,
you won't guess it.
Detroit Lions select Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, Alabama.
Whoa!
Wow, that is a surprising name.
You know what though? You know what though? It's. I don't think. I mean, maybe he could have been there at 18, but also maybe not. Potentially not there at 34. He's probably not there at 48. If you really like him, other guy as well. If you talk about his overall prospects, or like ranking the overall prospect, like straight up, he's up there. Like a lot of people, if it wasn't for Bijan, he'd be the number 1 running back, like by far. Like he had a great Alabama career.
I don't know by far. I think Zach Charbonnet is there.
He's better than Zach Charbonnet.
No, he is better than Zach Charbonnet, but the difference, there's a greater difference between Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs than Jahmyr Gibbs and Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah.
And so that's interesting. You did kind of hear it on my phone a little bit, but there hasn't been a single running back taken in the top 20 since 2018. Now there's 2 in the top 15. So that's really interesting. I thought when you said that it was Hendon Hooker.
No.
Yeah.
That would have been a poor pick. So I think they could have got him at 34. But
so
you have him in that offense now. They have David Montgomery. I think that essentially means now DeAndre Swift is probably going to be traded or cut, most likely.
Well, so one of the things I find interesting about that is I think you look at what he brings to the table. So like everybody talks about the Deebo Samuel role, like the wide receiver that can also play running back. He is very much similar in just the opposite way. Like he's a running back that can also play high level wide receiver. And not just like a guy that you can kick into the slot, not a James White type of guy, but like a true slot receiver. Yeah. And he actually run routes. And so I do see the value there with that. But
that's a shock for sure. I will say. I mean, I like the pick. It's my thing is I wonder. I guess maybe the only thing I could see that is it's like they probably clearly like the guy. I obviously like the guy because they selected him. But if they're unsure if he's going to make it there by 18, if he's unsure if he's going to be there by 34, and they don't really care who's available, they can reevaluate. Like once when they get to 18 and 34, and like what's the difference to them if they take Nolan Smith there, and if they feel like Nolan Smith's going to be at 18, but if he's not at 18 and they don't care, then why pick him at 12? Yeah. if they really like Jahmyr Gibbs and they want to have him, and they don't really care if some of the other guys that they like are not there at 18, then who cares? It's like, let's go get the guy that we like now. We saw them do it last year with Jameson Williams. We didn't know where Jameson Williams was going to go. That wide receiver run was starting to go off. That being said, Jameson Williams now his season's getting delayed again. But
this one to his own doing, but
a little bit, yeah. We can talk a little bit more about that later. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, interesting. Packers pick is in. Who do you think this is? Because it's not Will Levis. I think they're fully committed to Jordan Love.
However, that would be the most Packers thing, though, to do if it wasn't.
Yeah. I'm going to jump on the JSN train. I think the first wide receiver comes off the board right here.
I've been saying that. I think that was one of my first mock drafts. I need to go back and look at it. It would be JSN. He just fits. So he is the opposite of Watson and Dobbs. Yeah. I think he would fit in perfectly with what they bring to the table, which is so much speed over the top, stretching the field, as some of our viewers like to say, whatever that means. And then Jason can fill in all the voids in the middle. So that's where, to me, I think that he would just be a great addition. Also, too, they just traded Aaron Rodgers, and he's always wanted a first-round receiver. I would just find it funny if they
one last middle finger to Aaron
Rodgers.
Rodgers.
Just one last middle FU. So, oh, can you hear? Yeah, I can hear.
Let out one big yeah. There it is again.
Let me see if she's available. Let me see.
Okay.
See if she can make a special appearance for our 6 viewers.
Yeah, actually, I think we're down to 3, and I think 2 of them are our parents.
Perfect.
And actually, the other one might be me.
Oh, are you looking at it? That's
open
perfect.
in another tab.
That is perfect.
So, Ryan, guessing the Pats take Nolan Smith from Georgia fits great into Belichick's system. I would like that.
I love that pick.
So, Belichick, the one thing he always does is he always drafts for the future. And I think you look at a lot of their needs now. I think they feel like they've addressed them, right? They brought back a lot of the pieces in the secondary. They brought in Juju Smith-Schuster at the wide receiver position, and then Mike Gesicki, the receiving tight end from Miami. And then Nolan Smith who's an edge rusher. Matt Judon is 30, approaching the bad side of 30. And then Dietrich Wise is under contract for another year or two. But then Josh Uche and then Fernie Jennings, our other 2 edge rushers, are going into contract years.
Yeah. To me, I similar to something like the Tyree Wilson pick to the Raiders. Imagine like Nolan Smith's speed on the outside, on the opposite side of Matt Judon. So, that to me.
So the thing that I love about Nolan Smith is, so he's 6'2", 240. He ran the 4.39, and then he does his best work against the run. He actually sheds blocks really well and sets an edge really well for 240-pound linebacker. But then he also has the speed to chase guys down from the opposite side. So I would love that pick. I personally think the Patriots are going to trade down, but we got to go to the screen.
13th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness, defensive end, Iowa.
I personally don't like that pick. I'm not a huge Lucas Van Ness guy. I had him in the bottom 5 of the first round, but
you can walk around this way here. I don't like. That's right here. Yeah, or you come walk around this way. We have a special guest arriving. Special guest with in-depth analysis on the Lucas Van Ness pick here. I see. And then actually just in time now for the Patriots pick.
I know.
The new Patriots fan. Let me see.
Wow.
Hey, Sutton James.
Sutton.
Look.
What's going on? So Sutton, how do you think Lucas Van Ness will fit into the 3-4 system that Green Bay likes to run?
I hate it. I really don't like it. I'm looking at the stats now. Oh, yeah, that's me. Yeah. Hey, son, what do you think the Patriots are going to do with their first pick? Hi, I think they're going to draft a Chattanooga guard.
Oh my God! If there is a Chattanooga guard in this draft, but
He is actually.
Hopefully, he goes much later. So,
can you wave? Wave? Hey, what's going on? What do you think? What do you think the Patriots are going to do? What should I tell Sutton here?
Okay, so I think you look at last year. Oh, they're trading.
Are they trading?
Yeah, I got a trade alert.
That's the most Patriots thing to do. I see the Buccaneers.
It's the Steelers. So they're going to 17.
They're going to get Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, they could get Broderick Jones also.
They could get Broderick Jones. So.
I'm curious what they get there, but in that I figured that they would trade down. I don't think they'll trade down twice. That's not usually something you see, but the Steelers trading up, that could be interesting.
Here we go. Sutton's got to go. She's got a meeting, an NFL analysis
you got a
meeting
to go to, huh?
Yeah. Say bye.
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 Bye. Do you see Mom?
No, it's Sutton. Sutton. One of our viewers, Deb Tracy, commented, Sutton.
Hi, Lily.
Hey, Lily.
Lily.
What's that? You don't like the Browns either?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, 1 second. Intermission.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Patriots traded back.
Yeah, Patriots traded back. They got a 4th round pick, number 120.
Why? How many picks is that now for them? 74 in this 2023 NFL draft.
They have now 12.
Jeez.
I didn't see the if they gave up. I doubt it for just a 4th. So one of the things that we I guess might have overvalued a little bit was the value of these picks, because I think we did it on like an average draft, and this is a slightly below average draft. And I think you look at it and they're just, I think the teams aren't valuing these picks as high as they would in a normal draft. So,
oh yeah. Well, that being said, though, I mean, we've had Lucas Van Ness. We've had Lucas Van Ness go early. We've also had him fall later. It's based off kind of what our overall value is of like the players, and also what we think that they can go and do. So, like for me, it's like I get why they maybe don't take JS in there, but at the same time, they've gone defensive edge now, multiple drafts in a row.
So this sneakily, I think, could be JSN.
That could be interesting. Hey, I will say, and not to put it past, they've taken Najee Harris, Pat Freiermuth, and they've also got Kenny Pickett.
They like to invest
George
in the skill position players high.
Yeah.
I know they drafted Kenny Pickett last year, actually. So
yeah. And then I think George Pickens was their 2nd round pick as well.
Yeah, he was. So
that's a very good point. That is absolutely a good point. I think that it could be JSN. There's so many different ways that they could go. They could go Joey Porter Jr. here. They go Christian Gonzalez.
That would be a really cool.
I will say probably not edge rusher, but they could also maybe go Nolan Smith, put him on the other side of TJ Watt. How quick both of them are.
I saw it.
Patriots have traded the 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle, Georgia.
All right. Screw the Jets.
That's a good point, too. That's exactly who they were probably going to go for.
Yeah.
And now maybe you go Cyrus Torrance.
That's it. So you have Osiris Torrance, and then you have Anton Harrison as well, who's still left. Although he's not even like up here on the ESPN board. So
I mean, they absolutely could do that. He's just showing his big belly.
yeah.
Let's talk about this pick real quick. Love this pick. I mean, we had them going tackle or corner either way. We had, I think, Darnell Wright going to them, but also that being said, the Bears took Darnell Wright. Love that pick as well. I mean, all these guys could see like the freak athleticism. Are seeing this guy, he is just absolutely manhandled. I feel so bad for that hill at Florida. He just landed on.
Oh yeah,
It just absolutely crushed him. Another sneaky option here for the Jets. I guess I'm going to be right with Levis here eventually, but if you don't like the tackles, if you don't want to go corner, if you don't like the corners here either, you have to start building for the future in general. Now you have Aaron Rodgers, and you know it's only on a rental.
Yeah.
But potential idea. That being said, there
were a lot of rumors that they really like JSN.
That would be not. Hey, pair him up with Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, again, I mean that would be just disgusting.
Then Aaron Rodgers finally gets his first round receiver.
Yeah,
that the Packers should have drafted.
Yeah, but then also too, I think you look at Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer are also available.
You could also do tight ends as well because we saw CJ Uzoma and Tyler Conklin. Those are the two tight ends for them. I mean, I like both of them, but if we're talking about overall versatility, I don't really think that there's much. I mean, they're your typical average end. You know, like they're decent 6 blocker, decent receiver, nothing crazy. Maybe 400, 500 yards on a season. Nothing ridiculous. But you go get a Michael Mayer, and already for a team with offensive line issues as well, you put him. He is a 6 blocker, and he is also an elite red zone threat.
Yeah,
you know. So you pair him up with Rodgers, and then you have Breece Hall, and that backfield come back from injury. This offense looks legit. So, yeah, I think I would say Michael Mayer here. I personally would think Michael Mayer would honestly be a great pick at this position here. At a position where we were projecting the Packers taken before the Aaron Rodgers trade.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I think that could be really interesting. You don't know something that I just thought about. So in our 7-round mock draft series that we did, we put Lucas Van Ness at 13 to the Jets because that was something that we felt the Packers would also need is edge rusher.
We did do that, yeah.
And so I just think I just realized that now.
I forgot about that.
So
that was over a month. That was a month and a half ago.
I know, yeah.
How things changed. I don't know. I would think it's not I dislike Van Ness, but if I'm looking at what immediate impact value can be, like I think there's a slot position open for JSN right now on the Packers with Van Ness. I mean, more depth in the defensive line, yes, but it's I think a typical Packer move. I say that you got Devontae Wyatt and Quay Walker. Nolan Smith has been playing with these guys for years. So there's a chemistry there.
Yeah,
and a lot of people like. I mean, by saying a lot of people like Nolan Smith more than Lucas Van Ness, that's all personal opinion. That's all subjective. It's whatever. But I mean. You're the only. I think they're the only ones that saw Van Ness over Nolan Smith. So, but with the Jets here now, they are looking around. They do not like what they're all looking around. It looks like, and a very bland room. Very bland conference room there.
Yeah,
but
I don't think. I think that they were expecting Broderick Jones to be there.
Oh, that's why the Steelers went up and traded for him. I mean, I love that trade. I mean, I've been a proponent of if you really like a guy, like go out and get him. I mean, I love when the Lions did it last year. Shoot, and I like what the Lions did. We might disagree on that with Jahmyr Gibbs. Is like if you don't think he's going to be there by 18, he probably was not going to be there by 34. Be like, let's get him now. You know, we'll absolutely get that 5th year. And just don't even risk it, especially if you don't like Van Ness, don't like Nolan Smith, don't like the other tight ends or corners that are available.
Yeah.
Or if you do like them, but you don't care if they're gone by the time they're 18. So I think so far the only pick I just don't really enjoy is Van Ness, and it's nothing against Van Ness. It's more I wish the Packers went offensive weapon.
Yeah. No, I agree.
That's just my opinion on it.
Or if they were going to go in the trenches, I wish they would have gone in the trenches on the other side of the ball. Because
if you went Broderick Jones.
Yeah, like Broderick Jones, or like honestly, even Osiris Torrance, I might have liked slightly more.
Go in the guard position. Yeah, I can see that.
And beefed up that interior, because that offensive line last year was not that good. So
yeah. No, well, but the entire team last year, it's Rodgers broke his finger. He was having rib issues. Also, was it rib issues? Or am I thinking of Herbert? I know Herbert had rib issues. No, but okay.
Rodgers had
old age syndrome.
Yeah,
so
something.
And they're queuing in on Nolan Smith here. That also being said, like imagine if I've also talked about Kalijah Cansey going to the Jets, replacing Sheldon Rankins. I think he would pair up amazing with Quinn and Williams. Yeah. If you did Nolan Smith as well on the edge, I think that would be deadly.
They're all shaking hands right now. So they made a pick. This would actually be interesting with Will Levis because you don't want to start Will Levis year one. You can come in, have him sit behind Aaron Rodgers. I think the Zach Wilson train has sailed.
He's done. They're going to ship him off in a trade at some point, get him to a team, just to get rid of him. Jets pick is in.
Yeah.
Okay, final predictions here. And this is about where the point where we have all consistently said the draft can go in so many different directions. Yeah. I'll go. I like the defensive line pick here because I don't like them taking any of these tackles here this early. Maybe they go JSN. I've done this before. I'll stick with it. I'll go with Kalijah Cansey. I'll stick with Kalijah Cansey here.
I'm going to go
number 15.
Michael Mayer, the tight end.
I
think
Mayer
you got Aaron Rodgers. You're clearly going for it, right? You're going for the division. Get Aaron Rodgers as safety net in Michael Mayer, because you have Garrett Wilson, you have Alan Lazard and Corey Davis. And get that safety net over the middle tight end. That offensive line needs some help, right? I think that's the pick that they go with is Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a good one too.
Let me rephrase that. That's the pick that I would go with.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Let's see here. I'm just waiting, finishing on the conversations here. Who's next up? The Commanders.
That's interesting with Levis because there have been reports that they're really high on Sam Howell. In that camp that they really like Sam Howell.
I would rephrase that. I'm not saying I'm in on the Sam Howell camp. I'm more on the I have read those reports. I have read those reports also, which makes me I'm completely indifferent on it. I think the Commanders have a good general team.
All right.
Overall.
Looks like they're going to the podium.
Okay. All right, let's see here.
Oh, okay. All right, they're walking out now.
The NFL is proud to be part of the global community that supports the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. With World Wish Day only a couple days away, I'm joined by Kyle Stickles, a Make-A-Wish kid who battled and overcame bone cancer. Kyle's wish is to announce the first round pick of his favorite team, the New York Jets. Unlike all of you, to join me in cheering on Kyle as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Kyle.
In the nicest way possible. Hold on, I'll say it here in a second.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight. With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Will McDonald, linebacker, Iowa State. Let's go! Yeah! Let's go!
Okay.
Okay, so again, none of the names we talked about. I actually really do like Will McDonald. I don't like him more than Nolan Smith or some of the other edge rushers, but why are you texting that in our group chat?
I can't say it. I can't say it live on air.
Okay.
But it's similar to kind of what we were talking about. I agree with you. I like Will McDonald as well. It's maybe a little early, but at the same time, though, I think my logic still stands earlier with the Jahmyr Gibbs pick. Jets' next pick is what, 43.
Yeah,
so
43.
If you feel like he's not going to be there at 43, and if you're looking at everybody that could potentially go in between, and you don't care on who really is available at that range, go and get your guy. If you like him more than Nolan Smith, if you think that there's better options than, or if he's a better option than who is available now, go get him. And it goes similar to kind of, I guess, the idea of what I was saying earlier about pairing him up on that defensive line. And like just beefing up the defensive line, already helping out the number one defense. And I think he can do that, especially if there's some faults in his game. He can work on that during his rookie year because everyone's focusing on Quinn Williams and the rest of that defensive front.
Yeah. No, yeah. And that I agree with. I really like his versatility too. We talked a little bit about this. I had him at the end of my last mock draft, but like he played reps at nose tackle and then middle linebacker and everything in between. And in terms of athleticism, him and Nolan Smith are in a league of their own in terms of edge rusher athleticism. So I like the player maybe a little early, but as a Patriots fan, I can't really talk about that.
Well, yeah, it's true. Yeah. Do you really want to be talking about players going early?
Yeah.
So it is, to me, and I think this is where, because this is a debate on if it's like if players are going early or not. And it goes, I think it's, if you feel like this player is for sure going to be available with your second pick, and then you take him with the pick prior, like a whole round prior, then I think that pick is early. However, we were all mocking Will McDonald going in the mid to late 20s, or maybe even mid 30s. So if you really like this player, but you don't think, but you're confident he's not going to be there by the second pick, then I would say, go and get this guy here.
Why'd you put that in the chat?
Oh, because I thought it was funny. Yeah. But here with the Commanders, the pick is in, and to me, I know they keep showing Will Levis. This has got to be Christian Gonzalez or a cornerback here. I don't think that they're going to be going Will Levis. I don't think that you don't sign. If they didn't sign Jacoby Brissett, maybe you can have a quarterback competition. But you signed Jacoby Brissett specifically not to be a third string quarterback, right?
I mean, yeah, but they didn't guarantee him that much money. I don't know, man. They could do it. They definitely could do it.
They absolutely could. I mean, that secondary though was not good at all.
No, but this is a really deep secondary class. I think kind of what we're seeing now in the league is, I think, outside of Devin Witherspoon, they don't see a huge difference between Christian Gonzalez and Julius Brents and Tyreek Stevenson in those second round corners. So,
I mean, that's a fair point, and it goes to, if you think that one of those guys is going to be available and there's not that big a difference, then yes. So, but I don't think that they're going to go offensive line here. I mean, Osiris Torrance, I take that back. Osiris Torrance could also be a pick here as well because they need interior offensive line help as well. But to me, I think it's either Gonzalez or Osiris Torrance.
Yeah.
Personally. So,
no, I can see it.
Yeah, I think while we're here at commercial break, Ryan, you want to give the recap of what has happened so far?
Yeah, so let's get into it. So, starting with the first overall pick, worst kept secret in football, Bryce Young went first overall. Then the Houston Texans, despite openly questioning C.J. Stroud's intelligence, took C.J. Stroud at number 2 overall. And then the Houston Texans traded up from 12 to 3, giving up a first-round pick next year and then a second-round pick this year to draft Will Anderson at 3. Then the Colts at 4 drafted Anthony Richardson. Devon Witherspoon went off the board at number 5 to the Seattle Seahawks. Paris Johnson Jr. was taken next at 6 by the Arizona Cardinals, who traded up with the Detroit Lions. Then at number 7, Tyree Wilson was taken by the Las Vegas Raiders. Next up, your Atlanta Falcons took Bijan Robinson, Arthur Smith trying to recreate what he had in Tennessee. Then the Eagles and Bears swapped picks. Pick number 9 was then selected with the Eagles for Jalen Carter. And then number 10, the Bears selected Darnell Wright, the offensive tackle from Tennessee. And then next up, oh God, I just saw the next pick. You're not going to guess it. You were right about the position. But Peter Skoronski went to the Texans. At 13 or at 12, Jahmyr Gibbs went to the Lions. I'm going to stop right there because the pick is in.
Washington Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes, defensive back, Mississippi State.
Okay, I don't like that pick.
I don't like that pick either.
I don't like that pick. Positional needs, yes. I mean, I guess if he fits their system, absolutely. However, I like Christian Gonzalez more. Yeah. I can understand the debate between Deonte Banks, Joey Porter Jr., or Christian Gonzalez. I don't like – not that I dislike Emmanuel Forbes, but I think he is a fringe first round, probably second round pick.
No,
I don't like Emmanuel Forbes.
To me, he's definitely a second round pick. And then I think you get even further into it. Christian Gonzalez, Deonte Banks, and others. Oh, the Patriots pick is in. So they are picking here at 17. But yeah. So to finish my recap really fast, 13, Lucas Van Ness was taken by the Green Bay Packers. 14, the Pittsburgh Steelers traded up with the New England Patriots and selected Broderick Jones, the offensive tackle from Georgia. Then a couple questionable picks here in a row. Will McDonald, the outside linebacker from Iowa State, was taken. And then Emmanuel Forbes at 16 was taken by the Washington Commanders. So, all right, let's get back to our regularly scheduled program. Yeah, that one is a little bit of a stunner.
That's one. Okay, so that's like my first. I don't like.
Yeah,
I just don't like that pick. Like even with the Packers, Van Ness, I don't dislike the player. I can see why they picked him. However, I thought there were better options for the team and better players available.
Yeah.
The Patriots, though. So the Commanders pick, though. No, I just don't like. I congratulations to Emmanuel Forbes. I would love for you to prove me wrong and then lose to the Falcons in the NFC Championship game. But I just think that there are better options.
It looks like the Patriots are about to pick. I already saw it, so.
With the 17th pick in the 2023
Is it Nolan Smith?
The New England Patriots.
You don't like it, do you?
Christian Gonzalez.
Oh, you do like it?
Like
okay, all right, that's good. Yeah.
We get the back-to-back members in the secondary.
Like I mean, they got so lucky. I think the Commanders. I think the Commanders messed up. Messed up so bad. You had Christian Gonzalez there, and hey, 100%. We've done this before on the channel. I I think that
I thought he was a top 10 pick.
We will confidently own our words if Emmanuel Forbes is a Hall of Famer, or eat our words, and Christian Gonzalez is a bust. That being said, though, as of this moment, I would pick Gonzalez well before Emmanuel Forbes.
Oh,
I agree completely with that they traded back and still got a guy who was
I thought was a top 10 pick.
Oh yeah,
It's so we do have a commenter. Jim Tracy says Pat's going to get the guy they wanted at 14 plus a fourth rounder. Actually, the fourth rounder is this year. It's pick 120. And then he still thinks Nolan Smith is better. I'll actually slightly disagree with that. I had Nolan Smith in the 10 to 15 range. I thought Christian Gonzalez was a top 10 pick. You don't see players at 6'2", running a 4.4 with his type of athleticism that often. And he has a knack for any coverage style you want to play. I really, really like that pick by the Patriots. So I'm excited for that one. I like it.
Yeah, no, that's a good pick. If they wouldn't have traded back and still took Christian Gonzalez at 14, I would have liked that pick also. It's so fact then that they got an extra pick from it, they got so lucky that he was available. How do you not take? I mean
Gonzalez over, or how do you take Emmanuel Forbes over Christian Gonzalez?
I can understand Deontay Banks. I can understand Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, I
still would have made the argument for Christian Gonzalez, but this is just like they get all the calls. They get all the calls. Everything goes their way. It's rigged. This is rigged.
They drafted Cole Strange last year. I don't want to hear it.
He wasn't a horrible guard.
He was a top 10 guard in the NFL last year. But they still drafted a guard from Chattanooga in the first round.
Anyone before the Patriots last year could have drafted Cole Strange. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They could have, but they didn't. You look at what the Patriots, I think, want to do. They now have an elite secondary.
Yeah.
And so I'm really curious to see what will happen with the wide receivers, because we haven't seen what come off the board yet. And I still think there's four potential first-round guys that could go in the first round.
Now that we've gotten later, I mean, it's possible. Well, JSN's going for sure.
So we're later, but we still have Will Levis on the board, Dalton Kincaid, Nolan Smith, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks, Brian Branch. So that's already 7 of the next 14, 15 picks.
And I'm sorry, and I might have missed it. How many receivers did you have in there?
None.
Just JSN?
No.
Okay, yeah.
So
it's possible, too, that you could throw DeJuan Jones in there, maybe Anton Harrison.
Yeah, DeJuan Jones.
Also.
Yeah. I didn't even mention Anton Harrison. So
Jack Campbell, linebacker, as well.
Yeah.
I think
I didn't also put Miles Murphy in there either.
Didn't put Miles Murphy in there. So
or Mozzie Smith.
Brian Breezy also potentially could fall in there, be a sleeper.
Yeah.
So
the
Lions,
is where that Jahmyr Gibbs pick is going to bite the Lions in the ass. Excuse my French. Well, actually, no. I guess they still have corners on the board, but they're not going to get. They could have gotten Christian Gonzalez.
I mean, maybe, but it's. I still like that Jahmyr Gibbs pick personally. I don't. Another one. I don't like it for my dynasty team because I have David Montgomery, but so that'll be interesting. Anyways, but I still think. I mean, we thought that they potentially could get an offensive weapon. They traded back. They got the 34th pick to go along with it, and so now they can get someone on the linebackers, a linebacker that could get a defensive line in that pick here. I think they could potentially be aggressive. I think we can maybe see a tight end come off this pick, come off at this pick as well. And I would personally also still like that pick as well. They probably won't though after already going offense. I mean, because maybe they could get tight end. Like imagine like Darnell Washington at 34.
In my opinion, you have to go corner here. If you want a day one starter corner, which they need, you have to go Deontay Banks, Joey Porter Jr. here.
Maybe. I guess it depends. They do have capital if they were wanting to trade up into the first round. from that 34th pick.
Yeah.
So they have capital if they want to take a guy, and then if there's a team like Baltimore who just spent a lot of money today and like don't want to pick a first round or don't like anybody. The Bills also maybe if they want to get some more draft picks, trade up a couple of spots. That's where it's a potential possibility, I think, to maybe trade up and get another guy that if they truly like it, he's there. So it's all. I respect what the Lions did. Where they last year they traded up to go get Jameson Williams. They took this guy here, Jahmyr Gibbs. Same thing also with what the Steelers did. Who that just traded up and go and get
Steelers.
I just mentioned the Steelers. There's someone else I thought that traded up. Just Eagles and Jalen Carter. Texans. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah. Still, right now I think Texans are.
The Texans won. The Texans have won this first round. I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, as much as we'll disagree a little bit on the Jahmyr Gibbs trade, but the Texans won the first round. I mean, absolutely crushed it.
Yeah.
Like gave up.
So
it makes that Deshaun Watson now with that Deshaun Watson trade. I mean, Derek Stingley still needs to kind of pan out a little bit, and see what else or how else they that can play into.
Yeah.
Who else did they draft last year? Derek Stingley. Then they had one other one, right?
Kenyon Green.
Okay, yeah.
The guard. He didn't really have a great year, but
no, he did not. He did not have a great
year. So this to me is interesting here. The Lions pick is in. If you would have told me that Will Levis would have been on the board at pick 18, I don't know. That's a really interesting spot.
I think I did say that though. I thought that was. I thought that was possible.
We talked about it being a possibility.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're zooming in on the stage now, or they could just be faking us out again.
No, the pick is in. So yeah.
So, all right, final prediction. I'm going with Deontay Banks.
I'll also go defense. I'll go Kalijah Kancey.
Okay. Be the T-Rex armed group that goes out there with Aiden Hutchinson and Kalijah Kancey.
Oh, does he have small arms too?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, okay, nice. The dinosaur.
Actually, I don't hate this pick. I just saw it, but
is it anyone that we've mentioned?
Nope.
Who else could it be?
The Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell, linebacker.
I think that's a solid pick.
So this goes to my same thing I mentioned earlier about on why they took Jahmyr Gibbs. So the next pick is pick 34. It became very possible a team like the Saints could have taken him, the Bills could have taken him, the Eagles also potentially could have taken him at 30. So if you don't think he's going to be there by your next pick, and you think he's going to fall in that range, I don't think that's a reach. I like that pick. It's I think that they could have gotten other guys who would have brought similar values, just at different positional needs.
Yeah.
But at this pick,
to me, what I would have rather seen them do is take Christian Gonzalez at 12, and then trade up with either take Jahmyr Gibbs at 18. Granted, if you don't think he's going to be there, then that's a different story. But it would have been a slight reach to take him there. So I think you could have gotten him at 18. But
I do think you could have gotten him at 18. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
So maybe if it was a little early, yes. But that being said, though, if he wasn't on their board, but Jack Campbell was,
So that is the one thing that I think people underestimate in this draft process is every team has their board, right? And there's 32 completely different boards.
Yeah.
And so it only takes one team to have a guy as a first-round pick to make a first-round pick. We saw that last year with the Patriots. There's one of those picks every year that we see that's maybe a bit of a stretch, but so I don't know. But let's move on to the Buccaneers pick here. The pick is in, so they are picking here.
Gee, I mean, they could pick literally anybody.
Do you think it's Will Levis?
I mean, I've said Will Levis on basically every damn pick, so it's like I'll keep it going. It's like I can see Will Levis going here. You never know.
This is the first one I actually look at, and it's like they don't have a long-term plan at quarterback.
This is the first legitimate one since the Titans. Yeah. I almost wouldn't even throw the Raiders in there, just thinking about it more on the overall value, especially on who they got. They got Tyree Wilson, who I think Tyree Wilson is going to provide much more immediate impact, obviously much more immediate impact to the football team than Will Levis would. So I think everyone was hyped up on the QB train with 4 QBs going in the top 10. Titans would have made sense if they wanted to go that route. However, I really do like they went Skoronski, right? Yeah.
They did.
I like this Skoronski pick. I genuinely hate's a strong word. I genuinely dislike the Commanders pick of Emmanuel Forbes, but I like that they didn't go Levis. This would be the closest. This would be the first one. If they don't pick Levis here, off the top of my head, I don't know who picks him.
Yeah,
I don't know who picks Levis in the first round.
So we got 6 people in the chat. Go ahead and leave a comment in the live chat, and we will do our best to answer it. That's an interesting selection. ESPN, stop ruining this for me.
Yeah, you just gotta turn it off. So I'm guessing it's not Levis.
It's not Levis.
With the 19th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Elijah Cansey.
I like it. I mean, I think that's a good pick.
Well, if you're the Buccaneers team, it's literally on PFF when you're doing the mock draft. It shows nearly every single position. Like when it shows like positional needs, every single position is a need. I think maybe outside of receiver. I think that was the only one that they didn't
that they don't need. Yeah.
I like the pick. I thought if the Lions took him, I thought it would have been justified. The Jets took him, I thought it would have been justified. And so I've been high on him, especially when you saw how quick he was. I think he's going to go into a rebuilding team, and everyone talks about his length of arms. I think if that is an issue, he's going to have several years, I think, to figure out what his role is in the NFL. And so, also too, I think he's quick enough. If he loses a couple LBs, he maybe could kick out to an edge and maybe be like a Tyree Wilson size.
Yeah.
So
no, I like he's really good versatility. His only concern is that he has 30 and 5/8 inch arms. They're showing it on the screen now.
But I mean, I guess this is the year of misfit toys. If we're going to comment on exactly all the small, insignificant physical attributes of these guys. Bryce Young's too small. CJ Stroud's too dumb. Elijah Cansey's got too short arms.
Will Levis eats bananas with the peel on.
By the way, I don't think CJ Stroud's too dumb. It's just what all the other reports are saying. So before Jim or Deb yell at me. So
Deb would, because he's an Ohio State kid. So
that is true.
So interesting thing here. Still no receivers off the board. Levis is still on the board. Also, there's still 2 top-tier corners on the board. No tight ends have come off the board.
So corner's not going to be picked here by Seattle.
No, definitely not.
We'll make that clear. Yeah. I could absolutely see.
What about Brian Branch?
Even that, I feel like that's too close.
Too redundant.
Yeah. Because even then, so not only then do you pick a smaller corner that could maybe play nickel, now you're picking a slower safety that is, if he plays corner, he's most likely going to play nickel. So I feel like that would be a little bit more redundant. Here, defensive line is an issue. Jack Campbell's already off the board. I could maybe see them going Jack Campbell if he was available. But now I think it might be a little bit too early for a linebacker.
I like Nolan Smith here. That would be a really good fit.
I do like Nolan Smith as well. So
it'd be super fast on that defensive side.
You can maybe do Brian Breezy if a lot of upside. I mean, with this kind of bonus pick in the first round. So because he's definitely more of a defensive tackle, and I think having him in a Pete Carroll system, I think he can learn a lot.
Yeah.
But that being said, though, I don't know if overall talent, if he's the most overall talented player of that group. So, go ahead.
The wide receivers falling is really interesting to me because we heard a lot of talk this offseason about how the NFL probably doesn't value these wide receivers as much as the media does. And so that's really interesting to me. The fact there's been no true pass catchers. We've had 2 running backs come off the board, but no true pass catchers is also interesting as well.
You could argue they're the best receivers of this class.
Jahmyr Gibbs, I think if he was a receiver, he would be a second round.
He is.
Like he would be a second round receiver. But
one
option. I'm not fighting you too hard on the Lions pick because I do like it. It's just at 12 might be a little rich.
Well, so it's the same. If you like the Jack Campbell pick, I think you have to like the Jahmyr Gibbs pick as well. Just because
a lot of people were mocking Jack Campbell in the late middle of the first round. But
there are also people with Jahmyr Gibbs as well. It maybe not as much, but it was a possibility that he could have gone to the Saints, the Bills could also have taken him. Bengals with Joe Mixon issues maybe. Eagles also. I mean, I think he would have fit great with the Eagles as well, and especially with them losing Miles Sanders. So
Zach Charbonnet is going to go to the Eagles next on day 2. I can feel it.
If he falls that far, I don't know if he's going to fall that far. I really don't.
Maybe
that'd be 62, I would think, maybe. One name here, and I'll stick with it. I think I've mocked him at every single mock draft here with the Seahawks. I know they haven't done a defensive line yet, but one name we haven't talked about, Osiris Torrance. Really saw Will McDonald, a Senior Bowl guy, is already gone in the teens here. I think that he's going to go. I think the Seahawks would love to take him here. If they don't trade back, one of the things that make me think of with how long this is taking is maybe some teams are maybe they're fielding some calls for some receivers.
I think somebody's trying to jump the Chargers for a receiver.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see.
Well, if you're the Chargers, though, I mean, if you're the Chargers, I would take JSN or Jordan Addison.
Or Zay.
Nah, I don't disagree on the value of Zay, but I think he would. I think those 2 guys are just better receivers. I think that they would be better in the Los Angeles system. So
yeah.
I'm trying to think now. I mean, they're showing Will Levis on the screen here. I'm trying to think of who would take Will Levis.
I don't want to. I have ESPN open, but it's on the big board, and the part of the screen where it tells you the picks is blocked out, and I muted notifications on the app. So
nice.
I don't know Chargers no, Ravens definitely not after today.
Yeah.
Then you have the Vikings. I think could be interested in that type of project.
That's it. The Vikings will take Levis. The Vikings will take Levis. Yeah.
Who's at 24? The Jags no. 25 Giants. They just paid Daniel Jones. 26. Cowboys, they just Dak Prescott got extended. 27 is the Bills. 28 is the Bengals. 29 is the Saints. So no.
I mean, probably not on the Saints.
Yeah. No, they just paid Derek Carr.
Well, but only 4 years. He'll be 35, 36 by the time that contract's done. Now, I agree with you that they probably won't have her. Of all the teams that are available, he's the one that's most justifiable.
The Seahawks pick is in.
I'll stick with what I've said this entire time. Osiris Torrance, I think, focusing on the interior offensive line. Mm-hmm. You just signed Geno Smith to a 3-year contract.
Yeah.
You also, I mean, when Kenneth Walker was playing and healthy, this offense was really good. I think if you give him arguably the best interior offensive line in this class, put him at right or left guard, don't matter. I think that it will be a much improved offensive line going. And we saw glimpses with Charles Cross, and then who was there?
I forget the right tackle's name.
I'll pull it up here.
I think it's a hard one to announce.
Abraham Lucas.
Oh, never mind.
Is what they have here. Stone Forsythe also, but it looks like their backup left guard, so maybe he was also maybe he rotated in. I was surprised I was able to pronounce it. If I'm able to pronounce it, it's an easy name. So, which that's just a fact, just a fact. So,
but yeah, I'm gonna go with Nolan Smith here. I think he's a Pete Carroll type of guy. I like it.
I like it as well. I don't dislike either of the picks. So
yeah, I could also see Miles Murphy. See, this is the thing. It's like I see guys that like Pete Carroll would like, and like the high character. He likes seniors. He does draft typically seniors, and then like to me that also equals Will Levis. And so like I doubt they would do that, but we'll see. So here is the pick. It looks like they're coming out now.
Yeah, I just wouldn't like the Will Levis pick personally.
The Seattle Seahawks are champions of growing the game.
Yeah, I wouldn't like. I get why they would do it. It wouldn't be the worst pick in this first round. Emmanuel Forbes is so far. But
we'll see if anybody takes Hendon Hooker.
That would be funny. I would even so like if the Vikings are the one. If the Vikings don't take Will Levis, then Will Levis isn't going in the first round.
Well, somebody would trade up. Like, I just don't know who. Like, who doesn't have a quarterback plan for 2023 right now?
No, that's what I'm saying. So then, who would trade up to go get Will Levis? So I'm trying to think of who is available. I mean, maybe the Raiders.
There's the first wide receiver.
First wide receiver off the board.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you look at that, I like it too. If you look at that receiving core right now, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, JSN. Yeah.
I like it. I mean,
another thing as well.
I think this starts the receivers, though.
Yeah, Jordan Addison's going to go 21. I don't think they go Quentin Johnson because then that'd be Mike Williams and Jordan Palmer, two huge receivers already that they have on the outside. I think Jordan Addison's going to be the guy. Could be Zay Flowers, as what you were saying. I see then the Ravens trading back. Well, but the Ravens also need receivers as well. If they don't like, I can also see the Ravens going Quentin Johnson also.
Yeah.
Get a big bodied receiver here. Go along OBJ. Yeah. So,
man, I would love for the Patriots to trade up and take one of these guys, but I just don't know. So like the last 3 years, actually the last 4 years, they've traded back in the first and then traded up in the second. And so it's like they've done that a bunch, but they've never traded back up into the first. And so I just don't know. I don't know what like they would do. I want Zay Flowers really bad. You just watch him on tape and he's electric. Like,
well, you're going to have probably a Josh Downs that's going to be available at your guys' next pick.
Yeah, the thing I like about Zay Flowers though, Josh Downs is a true true slot, and like Zay Flowers is a 3-level threat from the inside out, like inside and outside, and like you have him on the field with Juju Smith-Schuster, and then you throw in Mike Gesicki and then Tyquan Thornton. It's like you have some real speed and really good hands, and some good yak ability, and I think you need that in this division. So, especially with Mac, you need to get him a new toy. So
yeah. Well, and so you're going to have – I mean, there's going to be plenty of options. And this is why these receivers fell, because JSN is the number one receiver in this class. We've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah.
Probably from the get-go. He could honestly be the only one to go in the first round.
Yeah.
Legitimately. And that includes even like the Giants not taking a receiver. So
yeah. You look at like the 2019 draft, I think was pretty similar to this receiver class where it's like they're good, not great. And a lot of teams passed on those receivers. Only Marquise Brown and N'Keal Harry were the first round picks. And Yeah.
Who did N'Keal Harry go to again?
Yeah, the Patriots. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I just want to. Okay, I wasn't sure.
Do I need to bring up that Super Bowl 51 comment again?
No. You can give me that one. Jeez, Louise, that was low. I make one little comment about a first round bust. You got to go. You got to go for the jugular.
Yeah.
Jeez, okay. All right. Going for the extreme. I see.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. All right. Oh, my Mr. Patriots. We haven't made the playoffs in 1 year. Oh,
hey, whoa. We haven't won a playoff game in 4 years, so.
Yes. I will write you a sad song about in your name. We'll play it all along Boston.
Yeah. No, I like. Okay, so I like the JSN pick. I think you look at what they have. They have the Tyler Lockett, the speedy, small outside guy. They have DK Metcalf, the. Good to be watching the last episode of the Tracy Take. But no, so
we're gonna have our spin-off series.
Yeah, exactly. Blown leads. Leads and first round draft picks.
Oh wow, this is getting personal now. No, I'm just kidding.
But
go ahead.
I like the JSN pick a lot. You look at what they have, and they need to keep up in that division with San Francisco. Absolutely loading up. They have Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey. So now you have DK Metcalf, JSN, Tyler Lockett to go along with that. So
yeah, well, and I think I was thinking about this too. This is the epitome of kind of what we were talking about with this draft is like from Jahmyr Gibbs, from that Jahmyr Gibbs pick. It honestly could anyone else could have been taken outside of Emmanuel Forbes. It's the only pick I don't like, but it's like you could interject any of the name that's been picked, and we can just shuffle them around, and I'd be like. I like that pick. All these guys are just about the same, on draft level talent. I know you talked about I said Osiris Torrance. You said Nolan Smith. They went JSN. It's I like that pick also. It's we can absolutely see the value that he's going to provide. We can see some of the issues that he is potentially going to be bringing or flaws that he might have. But
yeah,
still good.
And that to me, I think is the beauty of the draft is every year, except for maybe our first year, outside of the top 10, it's so hard to predict what's going to happen. So,
well, shoot, I mean, even this. That being said, I think we're actually decently accurate in the top 10.
Yeah,
especially on the players going in the top 10, we might have been off a little bit on where they were going.
Yeah,
Devin Witherspoon, we knew was going in there. We knew Tyree Wilson. We knew Paris Johnson Jr. was going in there. Skoronski made it outside the top 10, but Bijan Robinson was in there.
Here's the Chargers pick.
With the 21st pick,
I think Joey Porter Jr.
NFL draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston.
Wow.
TCU.
So here come the wideouts, and you watched them last year. It seemed like no one could cover them on that ride to the national championship game. Now 60 catches.
So that's interesting. I think they're going to use him as a big slot because it doesn't make sense to put him on the outside.
Well, yeah, because you have Mike Williams, who's the same height.
Yeah.
You have Jordan Palmer that you.
Mike Williams, I think, is bigger, but
probably he's huge. Yeah. I think also then too, this is a sign. This is probably going to be Keenan Allen's last year. Which that might have been obvious, but my one thing with Johnson is just the inconsistency. It's everyone wants to talk about his stats, but so of course they're showing highlights from this Kansas game. This was one of just a few games where he had over
he had
70 yards receiving.
Yeah, he had 40% of his production in 4 games, I think.
Yeah, so
sorry. He had 60% of his production in 4 games, where he had 3 200-yard receiving games in a row, and then he had that Michigan game where he only caught 4 passes, but he had the one 78-yard touchdown run.
It was a bubble screen. No,
it was a drag route. It was a drag route.
I Is that not the same thing? I'm trying to think.
A bubble screen is when he is in the slot and then he drops down and then he has blockers. A drag route is you have other defender or other runners run routes and then you have him go like right across the backs of the
okay.
line. So basically it's a foot race between him and the DB. So
okay, but a short, very short pass just around the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And then it was a missed tackle. Yeah. So it's like congrats to him. It's another one. It's like I don't hate the pick, but there's so many questions around the player. Like this is, he can come in and be great if he can figure out like some of the concerns that he has, like overall consistency, being more complex in his route running capabilities. I think he could be a good complement to Mike Williams on the outside, and then also Keenan Allen also. It also gives Justin Herbert another option as well, to throw to, especially to kind of grow into. So I see the positives for it, but this is also, I think, kind of the epitome of what I was just saying, where in this draft, it's like there are clear flaws, and it's like, I think they could have maybe addressed other needs with a different position. Like this is one I'm also trying to think too of, like my overall grades within each pick. Like I give this one like a C+, B minus, C+. So it's like we'll have to kind of see if we can reevaluate this grade at the end of 2023 and see if these were accurate grades or not.
Actually, that would be a good video series to do, is reevaluate or regrade the 2022 draft. Maybe when we're in like end of June when we have nothing else to talk about, that'd be a good one to.
Maybe so. Or we could do 2022 as well. And so if you get any other video ideas to our 6, do we have 6 viewers still?
No, we're down to 4.
Down to 4.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure one of them's still Dad.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Oh. Jim, if you're watching, let us know what you think of the Anthony Richardson draft pick.
That's true. Colts fan here.
That'll be fun. We're going up to Indy next week. Maybe bet on some ponies.
Kentucky Derby. Also, Jim, let us know what your favorite uniform is. It seems to be a popular trend amongst our lady population.
Yeah. If it was up to Dad, they'd all be wearing plaid shorts and brown shirts.
Hey, I will say I had to take a quick
you got to go to the little boys' room?
Yeah, relief break. 1 second.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. We'll be right back. Oh, I guess it doesn't want to pause, but. All right. Well, I'm just watching commercials now. So leave a comment. Let us know what you guys want us to talk about. Ask us questions. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe. So. Oh. All right, so best player available left. Let's go ahead and go through. Will Levis is shockingly still on the board. Both the tight ends, Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer, is still there. Nolan Smith, the edge rusher from Georgia, is also still there. And then you still have Jordan Addison and Zay Flowers on the board. And then as well, the cornerback duo of Deontay Banks and Joey Porter Jr., as well as the safety, Brian Branch. Just going through, listing out the best player available.
Please take Will Levis here. That would just be awesome. I would love that. That would be great.
The pick is in. So
I like edge rushers here. I mean, we have still have Miles Murphy on the board. We have Nolan Smith. We also, if they went corner here, Deontay Banks. Essentially, honestly, the same things that we were just talking about before. You know, on what the Ravens would be looking for, because when we were going through that list on where Will Levis could go, which actually kind of named off everything I think that the Ravens would be addressing here. And they have 4 guys that they can pick from. And what they're going to do is obviously whoever's going to be on top of their board that's still available. I think that is going to be the guy that they go with. I think it's going to be one of those 4 guys. I mean, maybe Brian Breesy as well.
Yeah.
Other defensive linemen. I don't think Brian Branch would be up there. I just personally don't think Brian Branch would be up there.
Yeah. So Jim responded with Richardson. We get to see how good a coach Steichen will be right away. He is a project, but I think he starts sooner than later, and they will live with the errors. I agree with that. Before we get back to that, the Ravens pick is in.
With the 22nd pick in the 2023 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver, Boston College.
That's another one. Hey, and you're right too, by the way, of the receiver run on the board. Yeah.
That breaks my heart a little. I liked Zay a lot.
He wasn't going to make it to the Patriots' next pick. 20 picks later, I don't think. Yeah.
I don't know. You get those guys, and it's like I really liked Zay. I thought he was really good. So
I will say I'm a little shocked that Addison is going to be the 4th receiver. Well, presumed 4th receiver taken off the board.
Yeah. So actually, there's been a lot of hype around Cedric Tillman coming up in the late first round. A lot of weapons, or a lot of people really like him. So, but I love Zay Flowers. I think his ceiling, realistically, is Antonio Brown light. Like, not quite that, because that's a Hall of Fame level wide receiver. But just
but
what
was
he can do,
was a Hall of Fame.
well, yeah, was a Hall of Fame. Yeah, but what he can do with the ball in his hands, I think is just incredible.
Yeah,
and
he
runs really good routes. He's just really hard to mirror. He's a really unique prospect that you just don't see that often. So
and I think you are going to see him and Lamar Jackson hit it off with how quick he is and how Lamar loves to improvise, and they're going to have they have a general simple route running scheme, something similar to like Michael Vick in the early Falcons days, where and I don't mean that as in insult to Lamar's throwing capabilities. I just mean because he's so much more effective running the ball. That's like, hey, you have 1-2 reads, and then like, hey, let's get you out of the pocket. Let's get you moving. Let's get guys moving around. Mm-hmm. And in order to do that, you need guys like Zay Flowers who are so shifty, so quick, hard, as you said, hard to mirror, where it creates those opportunities because they're it's like a weird, I want to say run first opportunity. It's like their run first offense, but they are able to just burn you with throwing the ball as well.
Yeah.
So
no, definitely. So
let's move on though. Now let's go back to Jim.
Let's go to Jim here and finish this. Yeah. So he also commented the Colts don't have a great deep threat to take advantage of his arm. But Alec Pierce might turn into that if the Colts O-line returns from the running game. Wait, what? Returns to form in the running game in Indy. So it could be really scary. I agree. I think I really like the pick. I think you look at what Shane Steichen did with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia and then the type of offense that he ran. he made it
Yeah.
really easy for Jalen Hurts to use his strengths. And so I like that fit right off the bat because I think Anthony Richardson is a more athletic version of Jalen Hurts.
So I do feel that Alec Pierce could be. He ran a 4.33 40 in his combine last year.
Yeah.
I think you combine him. They're going to draft a receiver here in one of the early rounds as well. I think to kind of fill in that slot role. I know they signed. You said they signed Isaiah McKenzie, right?
Yeah, they signed Isaiah McKenzie and then one other, but those are really more depth pieces. So
yeah. And so Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce are going to be the two star receivers. But I agree as well. And this, if you look at what Shane Steichen did and what he turned that Philadelphia Eagles offense into, you go look at Jalen Hurts' stats, especially passing wise, like they were much more impressive than I think we initially thought. However, his running stats were were what really catapulted him. I think he had 13 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
Now a lot of those are goal line ones, but as well also that is he's extremely versatile, able to roll out of the pocket, keep his eyes downfield, and also run the ball when he needs to. And that's going to be Richardson's rookie year, maybe sophomore year in a nutshell, because they're not going to want to have him throwing the ball too much. You want to develop that.
Well, I think they want to actually have him throw a decent amount because I think you look at actually we'll go to another Colts quarterback who threw the most rookie interceptions as a quarterback.
Well, I think Matt Stafford now, but I get your point.
No, it was Peyton Manning.
It's still Peyton Manning?
Yeah, it's still Peyton Manning.
I thought
Matt
Stafford
like 26 or something.
No, it was close.
But then you let him make those mistakes, and then he hopefully learns from them, and then doesn't make them twice. Mm-hmm. And then if you can do that with Anthony Richardson, granted, if he's throwing like Peyton Manning, that's the best quarterback ever in Anthony Richardson's physical body. I mean, that would just be unbeatable.
Yeah.
But I think you take that approach. So, Manning had 28 rookie picks and 25 touchdowns. So,
that's good.
Yeah, but and then lastly from Jim, the uniforms. He said probably have to lean towards the silver and black. That's a classic.
The Raiders one, yeah.
That is classic.
That's one going to the uniforms. I think throwbacks, even like the Steelers, similar to throwback. I actually like
I hate the Steelers.
So for me, I like how it's a little bit different. How the logo is just on one side. It's just a little bit different, I think, than some of the other teams.
Actually, the Vikings have pretty cool uniforms too.
Vikings aren't horrible.
Yeah,
they need to actually have like dreadlocks come out of the helmets, like just naturally built in. I think that's what they need to do.
You get to have like the beard come in, keep your face warm. Yeah, they need that, but for the helmet.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I think if the Commanders did throwback uniforms, I think that would be interesting. I'd be very curious on what the overall
very
appeal would be. Well, I would just be curious, and start a conversation. It's hard to go with just those old traditional ones. Like even the Packers, it's so bland. But that being said, there's so much that it's not as bland as the Browns, but it's still just the traditionalness of it. The green, what it represents. I think that's an interesting one to go along with that. I kind of like another one I like. I think it's underrated, but the Bengals. I think it was the Thursday night game against the all white with the white helmet. I actually like those. I actually did enjoy those. I thought those were pretty good.
Yeah.
Not as many. I don't know if there's as much. I mean, with college, there's so many more college teams that could be more unique. But now with these 32 NFL teams, so they could be a little bit interesting. However, that being said, though, I don't know if you've watched too much, and maybe we could do a deeper dive. But some of these XFL uniforms are pretty tight, I will say.
Yeah, like tight in the butt, or like on the shirt, or like.
That's not what I meant. No, I just meant very, very nice. I like them. I like them a little bit. So,
I didn't know if they could afford the top-notch tailoring of the NFL.
So, I mean, when you get the Rock financing everything, I think you're going to be okay. I think you can afford the best of the best.
That's fair. Yeah.
But
all right. We're getting into the home stretch here, getting a little delirious, but no. So far, I'm super surprised by this draft. I'm surprised Will Levis is still here. I mean, Nolan Smith's still on the board. Tight end hasn't been taken yet, which I find shocking.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to look at we've looked at it so much. Maybe Levis. Well, I think we knew that this would be a possibility with Levis, but to me, the only pick that's extremely shocking, especially in the area of where he went. Well, I would say Jahmyr Gibbs. I also would say that Jahmyr Gibbs would be a shock, but I was going to say Emmanuel Forbes.
Yeah,
I think to me that's the only one.
The corners that were still on the board. It's not like there was a run on corners from 8 to 14.
And then like last year, Jahan Dotson and Treylon Burks went probably 10 to 15 picks sooner than we all expected them, but because there was a run on picks.
All right. It looks like they're zooming in. I accidentally saw the pick because I refreshed my screen. But
it's not Will Levis?
It's not Will Levis.
Oh, he's not going in the first round.
I think somebody will trade up, but I don't know who.
The Raiders are the only ones who I think would trade up.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USC.
Okay.
He called it. We talked a little bit about
Okay. 4 receivers in a row.
I know. And I think that's it. I think they're done. I don't think there'll be any more in the first round.
Next one's Josh Downs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but, I mean, maybe
the Jags picks.
Maybe Cedric Tillman.
Yeah, I could see Cedric Tillman. The thing is, so like with Cedric Tillman, my comp for him is George Pickens. So he had a really good 2021, but then in 2022 he was just okay and didn't play a whole lot because he was injured. So
and Jalen Hyde also really took a lot of reps and steams from him. So here, Jordan Addison, though,
I'm not high at all.
Yeah. This is about the range that we saw these receivers going in. I would have thought JSN would have gone higher. I think that there are some teams that could have taken a chance on him sooner. That being said, though, this is literally, I think, the middle of the range where we all would have thought that these receivers would have gone. They went 1, 2, 3, 4. So I don't dislike any of these picks. I remember there was a lot of talk about the Vikings going receiver to give Quinn Jefferson a running mate, so to say, especially with them losing Adam Thielen.
Yeah, the Jags have traded the pick to the New York Giants.
Why would they do that? I mean, they're not going Josh Downs, are they, or Cedric Tillman? What other? I mean, maybe they could go tight end.
I'm trying to think of who would be trying to trade up.
I'm trying to think of what receiver it would be. The only thing I could think of is maybe tight end. But even with the Giants,
trying to get a Michael Mayer.
I've said it before. Maybe they'll do it now. Help out with blocking.
Yeah, I also really like John Michael Schmitz for them. The center from Minnesota.
Yeah.
So that could be really interesting. I'm trying to think if there was any trade people to trade.
What do you mean people to trade?
Because they only traded up one spot. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, they could give them a 6 or a 7.
Yeah.
If there's a guy that they really wanted, just to make sure that they had their guy.
Yeah.
I also feel like, too, with that, you probably tell them who you're wanting to draft. I would think.
Oh, yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah. Like, we have a guy in mind. If we know who we want to draft, we'll give you a 6th-round pick for him, Just make sure. But another thing, too, but what makes me think, though, is with this run on receivers is that the Giants missed out on the top 4.
Yeah.
So maybe they feel they want to get another receiver, so maybe they'll get – I'm trying to think who, though. I mean, the only thing
Michael Mayer, to me, so they have Darren Waller, the receiver. Michael Mayer makes the most sense.
Well, so Waller is a tight end, but I think, to be fair, Waller is more of a receiver, while Mayer is a traditional tight end. And I think he would fit well in that Brian Dable system.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I think, especially in the red zone, I think that would be very effective. So, and then to me, when you look at the Jags, I'm looking at Osiris Torrance. You could also see Brian Branch as well. Those are two names that are coming out to me. Nolan Smith also, I think, potentially could pop up. Also, though, there's still two good corners, I think, that are on the board, Deontay Banks and Joey Porter Jr. So,
yeah. Who are the top offensive linemen available?
Cyrus Torrance, interior offensive line.
Yeah.
Anton
Any
Harrison,
tackles?
DeJuan Jones. Anton Harrison, DeJuan Jones are going to be the next two that I could think of immediately. Interior offensive line that you're talking about, John Michael Schmitz is up there. Joe Tippmann might be up there as well, but I feel like this is a little early for him. You can get him in the second round. So the Giants, the pick is in. So now we're just waiting for Pete Davidson to finish up his burrito, quesadilla, or whatever. So I'm not a big Taco Bell guy. If I want Mexican food, I'll go sit down. It takes them 5 minutes to heat it up in the microwave. Like, it's already all made, and it's much better quality food for a couple extra bucks. So
well, Taco Bell's actually gotten expensive. Expensive for Taco Bell. But you could go get a $9 combo at your local Mexican restaurant, and then.
So I think Taco Bell is going to go out of business in 10, 15 years as everything keeps getting more expensive. Their quality of their food is going down. However, the price of all their meals are going up tremendously. Like, in the whole purpose of it is cheap Mexican food that you can go get 12 tacos for like $5, $10, however much it was. But now it's like, you go get those dozen taco things. It's like $15,
it's $1 a taco, and it's like you could go get real Mexican food.
Like good quality Mexican food, like same overall quantity.
There was a place
Mexican food.
I never got to take you. If you're ever down if we ever go down to Statesboro, which we might go to for like a game day or something, we got to go to this place called El Rinconcitos.
That sounds like I love.
It is a hole in the wall Mexican place. Like, they sell Mexican candy, like Mexican desserts in the front, and then in the back is a restaurant.
Do they have good queso?
Oh yeah, you get it yourself. It's like a all you could eat like queso guac bar.
Okay, so I'm down to make a road trip down there. Maybe we can do a special Tracy Take video about Georgia Southern football and the Mexican food that they eat down there.
For 65 years, they ran the ball every play, and then Chad Helton came to town, and then they threw the ball 45 times a game.
Are we still talking about the Mexican restaurant, or
no? That's Georgia Southern football.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Sure.
Okay, so let's get back to the New York Giants here. Like I said, it's getting late. We're getting slightly delirious, but New York Giants pick is in. You think it's Osiris Torrance?
I mean, maybe. That also could be a good point. The trade is interesting to me, though, because we just saw a run on wide receivers. So maybe they want to make sure that they get the pass catcher that they like. Maybe they only like one of the tight ends. So that's what makes me lean maybe a little bit towards tight end. I think if the Jags loved Osiris Torrance, they wouldn't have traded that pick. Or if they loved one of these other guys, I don't think that they would have traded that pick.
They're going to the thing now.
So you saw the celebration on the Giants draft room there as they have made their pick, and here comes the commissioner to announce it. The Bills will be next up after Jacksonville.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Giants. With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deontay Banks, defensive back, Maryland.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. I'm curious.
I think they needed a corner.
Why do you give up 2 additional picks just to go get this guy? Like, I guess maybe if they truly love Deontay Banks and they didn't like Joey Porter Jr. or Brian Branch, And so then it's and now I will say 2 additional picks. One of the pick was pick 240 in the 7th round. So it's like,
What was the other one?
Their 5th round pick. I think it was 190, I believe, or maybe 160. I'm trying to remember.
A compensatory 5th, not.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember exactly.
The Bills, I think, traded up. Yeah.
Oh, the trade alert. Jacksonville getting all these 7th round picks. I love it. With the Bills. Who would the Bills take now? To me, who would they try and jump here for? Why would they try and jump the Cowboys?
It still says the Bills are at 27.
It's no, I have it up here that that they're picking at 25.
I know, but on the board it says the Bills are at 25 and 27.
Maybe they just haven't updated it yet. That's a good observation there, brother.
They did. They just updated it. Okay.
Okay. All right. Now let's say. Okay. Yeah. There you go. I'm trying to think of who would the Bills want to jump here. I mean, there is. So you have Dawson Knox. You're trying to get other receiver weapons here. Don't know what running back weapon they would want to take here in the 1st round. Offensive line. We have not gone offensive line in a long time since Broderick Jones, right at 14. That I can, if I'm remembering correctly. Linebackers off the board. I mean, maybe. Do you think that they trade up for like Trent Simpson or like a Drew Sanders? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I have no idea. Also, so I was looking at the Will Levis thing, and I'm trying to figure out who might want to go Will Levis now. And like the Steelers don't need it, Cardinals don't need it, Lions are at 34. They might take him.
Yeah, but they're not going to trade up for him though. You know,
they might.
Even then, I think the Lions are kind of in a win now mode. I think they'll take cornerback.
Yeah,
later.
It could be a Malik Willis type thing where like we see him fall all the way to the 3rd round.
Well, Malik Willis didn't fall. That was about where the spot where he should have been.
Yeah, that's fair.
What was I going to say? The Raider. Keep going down that list of the first teams to draft for the 2nd round. I'm trying to think of people.
Raiders are at 38. Yeah, the Seahawks at 37. Panthers, no. I doubt the Saints would do it. Titans are again at 41.
Titans could do it if he's still there at 41, but like he's fallen. I mean he is not being drafted in the 1st round at all. But I don't think the Titans would want to trade up 10 spots to the Chiefs.
No, that would be too expensive.
Even with all the few draft picks that they have.
Yeah. All right, so the pick is in for the Bills.
Let's think about what the Bills here. To me, I'm thinking offensive line. To me, maybe they go defensive tackle if they went Brian Breezy. Yes, that would be crazy.
That would be crazy, but I doubt they'd do it.
That would be horrible. That being said, though, Washington did that with RG3 and Kirk Cousins, and one of them
that was a 1st and a 3rd. That wasn't.
I actually think it was a 4th. I think it was even late. I think it was even later than that. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't like if the Colts did that, especially too if there's a guy like Anton Harrison that's still there, or like that can come in and help out that offensive line. DeJuan Jones maybe as well, or even other receiving options. So there's Will Levis with his ladies. Are there any other families that are there? I'm trying to think of who else is there.
They usually invite 40 guys to it.
No, not 40. That's too many. I thought it was normally like maybe 20.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. I thought it was
well,
but
because I think they want to avoid any awkwardness of day 2 guys being drafted.
Well, it usually happens once a year.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, they're like Patriots drafted Jawan Williams in 2019, and he was invited on day 1.
Oh, he was. Okay.
Yeah, but they drafted him at 52 or something.
I don't know. Unless someone trades up for him, I'm just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing him going in the first round here. So,
Nolan Smith, I think, could be an option here. I have a feeling they're going to go pass catcher, and that's why they wanted to jump
the Cowboys here.
Cowboys, yeah.
I
think Michael Mayer makes sense because I think the Cowboys would like Mayer. So,
yeah. Nothing. Also, I will say if you want to do that, jump and get Joey Porter Jr. if you like him because they need some secondary help.
Yeah. All right. They are announcing the pick now. It looks like
I can also see Brian Branch.
Yeah.
Also.
Traded the 25th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Utah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
On what you were saying.
Yeah, I think they wanted to get a tight end in front of the Cowboys. So,
well, and Dawson Knox's time is limited here at the Bills, so I think that he can come in and address.
Yeah.
Another one as well. It's funny. It's like I could have seen Dalton Kincaid go 10 picks earlier, and I thought it could have been a good pick. And then I see him going here, and it's a good pick. Like there's so many different avenues that these teams could go and making these decisions. Like it seems very potential that Mayer might fall out of the first round.
Yeah, I think he might go here to the Cowboys. Yeah, no, that'll be interesting. Yeah. I also think the Cowboys could go Brian Branch. I think Dan Quinn would like that.
That would be a good pick as well. It's kind of a Keanu Neal-esque pick.
That's Swiss Army knife.
Yeah. So, what does Dad mean by Mingo? What's not
Berkevius, Mingo. Jonathan Mingo, the wide receiver from Ole Miss.
Yeah, I couldn't remember his first name.
Yeah, if he's still there, he's not AJ Brown. AJ Brown was a much more polished prospect coming out of Ole Miss. They're both 6'2", 220. They ran really well, and they have the same body shape. And so he gets that comparison a lot, but he's not that caliber of prospect. But I agree. If he's there and you like him, I think that would be something interesting to look into. So
yeah. I think if we're going that route with the Colts, I will say it's. AJ Brown is a much bigger, more physical receiver, but you can do that play action with either Pierce or Pittman as well, and I think that would suit both of their strengths.
Yeah,
and so I think it'd be a very unique situation.
Actually, the
within that receiving room
that I really like for the Colts would be Josh Downs at that pick. He's different than what they have now. He's the smaller slot guy, but really consistent hands. He beats man coverage really quickly.
Yeah,
and he gets off press pretty well. So I like that pick maybe a little bit more than the Mingo pick, but I like Jonathan Mingo. His physical tools are really hard to come by. So that offense would just be exploding with athleticism, though. If you have Alec Pierce, Jonathan Mingo, and then Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor.
Michael Pittman would probably be the least athletic guy.
Yeah, he would be.
He's a good the skill position players. I know, yeah. Oh, no, that's not a knock on him. That's just saying how athletic those other guys are.
Yeah. So,
in general, though, this draft, I'm a little shocked Levis fell round. I know it's not official yet. Going to what you're saying, I'm a little shocked that he's probably going to fall out of the first round.
Yeah.
But that being said, I think it's the epitome of this. What this entire draft means is like there are flaws with
everyone,
nearly every single one of these guys. And you say that, and like I know I say that, and it's like, well, but I mean, there's flaws with everybody. You know, like they're going to be rookies coming in, but it's any of these guys could have gone. I think if Michael Mayer went to the Packers at 13, I think people would be like, yeah, that's a good pick. That fits.
Yeah.
You know, so now it looks like now they're doing Jason Witten comparisons here. So maybe that's where he's going. And frankly, that would be absolutely scary if he did.
Yeah.
So
well, but they like to run those 3 tight end sets as well. So I think that would be a good view or a good.
He's just so big. And now you have well, Kellen Moore's not there anymore, but just a huge presence in the red zone, and now they're even showing his blocking capabilities. Like he's a great addition to any offense.
Oh yeah, he's a fantastic tight end. I like him a lot. So
they have not made a pick though, even though they're showing a lot of Michael Mayer here.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
I will say I mocked this in my last mock draft.
Michael Mayer to the
Cowboys.
I remember you telling me that, and I remember even thinking like they already have multiple tight ends. However, but you're right that they do like to have these.
Schultz, and they like to run these 3 tight end sets. So.
Yeah, but Dalton Schultz wasn't a huge loss because I mean now you have Peyton Hendershot, and then who's that other guy? Let me look it up here.
Jake Ferguson.
Yeah, I think both of those guys in production can replace whatever Schultz had. And Hendershot's a big athletic guy as well. So, I mean, shoot, they both are. So, very curious to kind of see which route that they go. Let me see. They're all shaking hands here. Looks like that pick is in.
Yeah, the pick is in. I'm trying not to look at the one side of my screen that's going to show me which one it is. I think it's Michael Mayer. It has to be.
It makes sense. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to think of a pick I wouldn't like here. Will Levis. I don't see why they would go that route.
Yeah. Levis. So Dad commented again. Levis could go to the Saints here.
So
in a couple picks. I just think that's interesting. They just signed Derek Carr. Granted, I want to say it was a pretty team-friendly deal, as well as they have an out after a couple seasons.
So I agree. I said that. I think when the Bucs passed on him, we were going down the list.
Yeah,
and I was like, the Saints were the last option because
there was the Vikings.
The Vikings, yes.
Yeah, the Vikings and then the Saints were the last.
But the Saints is like, I mean, I was somewhat confident the Vikings maybe taking him. I'm not confident the Saints taking him at all. You know, no. I mean, you just invested in Derek Carr, and if you guys suck, then you're going to have a great quarterback class next year. So why not try and get a guy that you like here now to go and build instead of wasting a pick on a quarterback where you could potentially also be taking a quarterback next year as well. Mm-hmm. So, but of all the teams remaining in the first round, the Saints are the most likely. But that's not saying much. The Cowboys here.
It looks like they're about to announce the pick.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Okay, I do like that, though.
I like that pick also.
Because that gives you a 6'3", 330-pounder with freak athleticism.
Yeah.
And in the middle of that defense, and then you still have Micah Parsons as well. So I like his shirt thing with his shirt off.
Maisie Smith has been a guy I have been we've both been mocking him around this time here to come off, and another Indiana highlight. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's
Well, I
good
guess it's
against
an
Indiana.
Indiana low light, but
Well, that's true. Anyone playing against Indiana highlight.
yeah.
So, but I mean, the dude is huge. Look how quick he is off the ball, and I think you put him in a Dan Quinn offense, and he's another guy. He's able to move these offensive linemen around, and with ease because he's so big. And Micah Parsons already draws so much attention that you get a big guy like that up the middle, that it's going to be huge. You know, and to just keep bolstering up that defensive line, that defensive front. So, back to Levis here. I wouldn't hate the pick as well. I think I wouldn't hate the Levis pick to the Saints as well. I would get it. I would get why they would do it. I would get it more than if like any of the other teams remaining in the first round would take him because of that. It'd be something similar to, I guess, kind of the Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love situation that we're seeing now. So I agree with you there. Like I wouldn't hate the pick. So I guess it depends on what if the Saints feel like they're in a win now mode, and I feel like they are when you go and sign Derek Carr. I think that there's maybe some other potential needs. I know like offensive line, I think is one that they absolutely could go and address. Defensive line, their defense has been picked apart by team. I mean, shoot, I think the Falcons took 2 guys from the defensive line, Caden Ellis, David Onyemata. I'm pretty sure. Who did the Panthers get? Somebody? No, or was it the Broncos? I think they got Marcus Davenport. No.
Was it the Bills?
I'm trying to remember.
No, I think it was the Vikings.
They lost someone else from the defensive line also. So like to be like Brian Breezy, you go look at Nolan Smith. I think could also be an option. Come out on the edge rusher side as well. Miles Murphy has some potential also, and so it's like. So for like why Will Levis would make sense, so would all of these guys as well, who then could come in and be an immediate impact and provide value and learn on the job. I think over the next couple of years. While Will Levis, you kind of wait a little bit, and then you don't know what you have here, and you also don't know what prospects are coming up for several years as well. So it's an interesting fine line here, and so let's move on though to the coming pick. The Jacksonville Jaguars are in. Their pick is in.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Michael Mayer is still available. Osiris Torrance is still available. Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch are still available. I don't dislike any of those picks personally.
Yeah, I like Brian Branch the most. I think I didn't think he was on my board. In my last 2 mocks, I had him as a top 10 pick. So I think that would be really good value here. And then I also like Osiris Torrance as well. I think those are the two ways I think that you could go that could really help this team be a lot better in 2023.
So I don't disagree. I know they franchise tagged Evan Ingram to 1-year deal. You have a lot of great, shifty, quick receivers. You know, you had Michael Mayer into that, and he's just a mismatch nightmare. Yeah. And then you had Trevor Lawrence, who showed vast improvement in the quarterback category. You now have red zone threat opportunities all day. And Doug Peterson loves to be aggressive. You need help kind of blocking on that offensive line as well. And you've been saying that consistently all night with Michael Mayer. I wouldn't hate any of those 3 picks that we've said, that we've just mentioned here.
Yeah. So we'll find out here shortly who they pick. We are coming in. I think there's only 4 picks left after this one. So closing in on the final stretch here. Might actually get out before midnight, which I don't think we've done yet on one of these. So
I've gone out before midnight every year that we've done this. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, on the East Coast. So far, initial reaction to the whole draft. I think we both agree the Emmanuel Forbes pick is our least favorite.
Yeah, I would need to go back and look through every single one, but that's the one that's really popping out to me.
Yeah.
The Jahmyr Gibbs one was shocking, but I think we disagree on that. I like that pick. I like the aggressiveness of it because we both know how good he is. You know,
he's really good. I just think you look at the positional value. I think they could have gotten him at the top of the second. If you really wanted to take him in the first to be sure, you could take him at 18. So,
yeah, I understand. I completely understand. So,
it looks like they're about to announce the Jags pick.
Anton Harrison, yeah. Like outside of Levis, I don't hate any of those picks that they would say. Anton Harrison, well, they could go Harrison here.
Will Levis a bunch of times. Every single time he has a different girl with him.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm sure you're not the only one, or unless he's got sisters, and that's his girlfriend there. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm not about to Brent Musburger this. I don't think we should talk about this.
That's fair.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
So I was just about,
right before. Yeah,
just because Cam Robinson looked like he's going to PED suspension. And so that being said, you have a your prize possession, I think, in Trevor Lawrence as well. You want to make sure that he stands upright. You just lost Jawan Taylor also. So that's a kind of huge replacement right there.
Mm-hmm.
I like all these guys got just big old tattoos on their chests. Is that what we're missing? Would we be in the NFL if we had a big old tattoo on our chest?
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Either that or.
So I agree with you on the Nolan Smith still being available. My only thing I will say is he is a little bit on the smaller side. So, but we mentioned that earlier though, with like kind of this is like the land of misfit toys draft where we can nitpick on everyone's physical measurements, but their exceptions have been made. So when I see Nolan Smith still available, I agree with you. Like he is freakishly athletic, yet he is still available.
But that's what I was going to say. It's like he is undersized. He's not crazy. He's not like 220 pounds. Like you see some of these edge rushers that are going to
Well, it's not like Bryce Young. Like Bryce Young is undersized. I know, like for a quarterback, he's undersized in this class.
I'm more surprised by it. The teams talk so much about leadership qualities and wanting guys that are like the go-getters, and whatnot. And like that is Nolan Smith to a T. He got injured this year. He was getting water for his teammates. He was going through tape with his teammates on the sidelines. Like he was on crutches and he was still trying to do things to help the team. And I just think you look at that personality trait, and I just think that's something that GMs and coaches want on their roster. So yeah.
I think it's extremely interesting, but this goes back to what, like, if he would have been taken 12th overall, like we would have been like good pick, and then he might be falling out. This is just the epitome of this draft. Like there's Levis falling this far is a little shocking. He's the only guy that's immediately coming to my mind that if he doesn't get picked in the first round that hasn't already been picked, where I would be shocked.
Another one is Joey Porter Jr. In fact, he's still on the board.
He will get picked.
Yeah.
So he will get picked.
This, I think, is Michael Mayer.
Yeah, I think so as well with the Bengals.
Yeah.
Only other one potentially could be DeJuan Jones, but that being said, though, you go and look at this offense.
Monstrous tackle set.
Man, no, but imagine with Michael Mayer and that offense with Jamar Chase, T. Higgins on the outside. We'll see what's going on with Joe Mixon. That being said, though, we've said this every single time about Michael Mayer and teams interested, like helping out with blocking.
This one makes too much sense, though.
He two birds, one stone.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? I mean, maybe Joey Porter Jr. as well, because they did lose a decent bit in the secondary, and their secondary sucks. So those are the two things. Those are the two people to me.
Yeah.
Or DeJuan Jones.
With the 28th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Miles Murphy, defensive end, Clemson.
That was the fourth name I was going to say.
Yeah. That's another good one. He's a multi-year starter, edge rusher. But
I will push back on you on that one. I think that they should have gone with
would,
one of the three names that we said. Nothing against this guy, but you go look. You have Trey Hendrickson, you have Sam Hubbard. You do have a good defensive front and a front seven. I probably would just said that's why we're brothers. We think exactly alike.
Yeah. Well. So that's what I was gonna say. Is like I think you look at it and it's like that's not an immediate need. I also don't really love his bend off the edge. He's a little bit bigger, and so I don't know. I like the pick, but again, I think they could have done a little bit better there. So Michael Mayer would have made a much bigger impact, in my opinion, versus a rotational edge guy.
Yes, I agree. I think Michael Mayer comes in and he is immediately he immediately comes in, and I think he's a red zone threat. He can help out with blocking. He is going to draw so much attention. So much attention drawn to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. How I think like you put him over the middle, and he's a mismatch nightmare. I think you could be super, super creative with your offensive sets.
Yeah.
But with Myles Murphy, it's not that I dislike the player. It's just it's similar, I think, to the Lucas Van Ness pick, where it is like, okay, like good job, but it's like
you check the box, right? Like it's.
I mean, depth, I guess, but you could go get depth in the second round. Go get depth in the third round. And even with Myles Murphy, is there a lot of potential? Absolutely. But there are a lot of pieces, I think, that could have come in and contributed like day one. Like who is the Bengals tight end right now?
No one. I don't know who it is. The only thing that I will say, granted, this is a really deep edge class too, but like you look at tight ends and like you got guys in the fourth round that you can draft and can start for you.
Yeah, I mean, Irv Smith Jr. right now they signed.
Yeah.
Drew Sample they drafted a couple of years ago. And so I agree with you there that this is deep. But that being said, though, it's not like it's deep like how there's a bunch of corners. Like a bunch, I mean like there's 20 or so corners in the top 100. That's a lot of corners.
There's 20 or so starting corners in the top 100.
Yeah. Well, but with tight ends though, yes, you can go and get different tight ends, but there's a big difference I think between. I mean, maybe like we're looking at a couple. I mean, Darnell Washington could be thrown in there with Michael Mayer. Sam Laporta could be thrown in there with Michael Mayer. Luke Musgrave. But even then, once we get down to Payne Durham, I think you're starting to look at now your kind of typical average NFL tight end who's just going to be a guy 400 yards or something like that. And not saying that Michael Mayer or Darnell Washington need to have 1,000-yard receiving. They have to have that to be successful.
Yeah.
But they have that threat. They have that capability, I think. Mm-hmm. So we'll just have to see. I will say one difference why I think Kincaid went first and while we're seeing Mayer fall a little bit is because Kincaid fits that more natural tight end build we're seeing now in the NFL, where he is more of a
receiver first.
Yeah, he's like receiver first, then blocker. But Mayer, though, I think, we saw this with Gronk.
50-50.
Yeah. They call him Baby Gronk for a reason. Like, the dude's huge. It's Darnell Washington, So it is also huge as well. So
to me, I just think that's so valuable. And granted, you have to run the certain style of system.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, if you can have a tight end that you can run basically six offensive linemen on the field, right? And then run a spread set with the tight end as a slot receiver without changing formation. That is so valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Like that to me, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm a Patriots fan and I watched them do it for so long. And like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But Saints are on the clock here. Who are you thinking? Myles Murphy, I had projected there for a couple mock drafts, actually. But he ends up going the pick before to the Bengals. I'm trying to see.
Brian Breeze, if they're trying to go defensive line, I think Brian Breezy could be going there. Nolan Smith and another gentleman that has been mentioned.
I like Nolan Smith.
We've talked about him a lot.
If they were to go defensive interior, Keanu Benton and Keon White, I also like as well.
Those could absolutely be guys that they go. I don't think they'll go tight end. They have Jawan Johnson. Not really any receivers that I really like. They could go corner as well. However, they have several different corners already that would come in and start. I'm trying to think. Maybe Brian Branch. That's another one too. I'm a little surprised Brian Branch fell.
Yeah, although I think if the Eagles get a chance at him at 30, that might be where he goes.
Yeah, I think that's going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough for them to pass up.
Jalen Carter and Brian Branch. That'd be a disgusting first-round draft.
Yeah.
Actually, honestly, in some ways, that might be better than C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson.
Nah. It'd be close.
It depends if C.J. Stroud hits or not.
Yeah, it depends, I guess. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I could see. They're not going to. They just drafted Tyrann Mathieu. They have Jonathan Abrams from Seattle. Zach Bond, Paulson, Adebo, Marshawn Lattimore. All young corners that they've started here in the. Did that one lady have paint on her face? I don't know if you were watching that.
I don't know.
Her makeup.
With the 29th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Brian Brzee, defensive tackle, Clemson.
I feel like we finally got a pick right.
I know.
feel like it's been so long. It's been a long time.
Oh,
a long time. But no, I like that pick. Similar to what I said earlier about the Saints when we were talking about Levis, is they lost so much on a defensive line that going quarterback here, maybe it could pay off in a couple of years, but they're not in a win now. Well, I say that it's not like they're not, like they could win the NFC South, but it's definitely a like they have to have the other teams not be good for them to win the NFC South. So I like that pick. He has a lot of upside. I remember coming into the offseason, a lot of people initially were projecting him as a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
He does have some injury concerns, and also he is a little slow off the ball, very strong, but he can stand up very quickly and then lose all his leverage. So that's going to be one of the biggest things, which I like to see, because hopefully he doesn't learn that stuff as a Falcons fan. So we can continue to run the ball all over the Saints. But in general, though, I like that pick. I could see why they would have gone a different route as well. Like if they went Levis or if they went Brian Branch or corner. But I think to what you were saying, though, I think the Eagles are, Brian Branch right here, I think filling in that safety spot, lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And also, too, if there's a weakness on this defense, it is that linebacking core. I know he's not a linebacker. However, he can definitely play up.
He can cover it up a little bit.
Yeah. So, because you have Reed Blankenship is kind of their free safety that kind of roam, and he had a good season last year, and so I think that they were able to put him back there, and if someone to play up, while also can cover the slot a little bit, but also can play the linebacker, help out with the run, just be an effective kind of gadget tool type secondary guy. I think Brian Branch could come in and do that, but there's so many different routes that they can go. Maybe you go interior. I know you're a big fan of John Michael Schmitz if you're planning for the future, but
Brian Branch still being on the board, I think, changes that. Because some of our commenters have told us that Cam Jurgens is going to fill in for Isaac Seumalo and then kick into center. Yeah. So I think you can invest in the interior later. This is really interesting. I cannot believe Will Levis is most likely going to fall out of the first round.
I'm a little shocked about it as well. When you said it earlier, I would have thought there's still a couple of teams potentially.
Yeah.
His only hope, to be honest, is is like the Raiders trade up with the Chiefs. That's the only one, or the Titans maybe. But
that's the only one that really makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what's crazy though about it as well is if those guys don't do it, I mean, I could see them falling decently far.
Yeah,
even after that.
I mean, I don't want the Patriots to take him, but like 40, like at 46, I could imagine him being there for the Patriots to take.
Yeah, but would they take him? I don't believe they would.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
they did meet with him, but I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Who would have thought Jim? Like I do and I don't, because these organizations they're paying people millions and millions of dollars. But
for me, it's all the cameras. That's the part that I like. If you're just home alone, like it's whatever. Then because it's already such an, I can only imagine the anxiety and just the suspense where you just kind of want to get it over with and get started and move on.
Yeah,
but then but then constantly though, like the cameras do not make it better at all.
No.
So, the Eagles pick should be coming in here soon.
Yeah, I don't see that it's in. So.
So we talked about Brian Branch. They went Jalen Carter earlier. I'm trying to think. This could be another one.
You think they trade out?
No, I believe the pick's already in.
Oh, is it?
Double check. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Well, I got a notification from Sleeper. It just said spoiler on that the pick is in.
Oh.
It looks like they're talking to somebody on the phone. So if they've already done Jalen Carter on the defensive line, it's one thing to be addressed. To me, I think secondary is the one that, it looks like they picked somebody.
Yeah, it says
secondary is going to be the route that they go. Joey Porter Jr. potentially staying in the state of Pennsylvania as his father. Brian Branch potentially.
Brian Branch makes so much sense.
Michael Mayer is another one. I think if you look at the offense that they'd want to run, and with the blocking as well, then that would just be another blocker. I know we've been saying that consistently, but it is the value that he can provide. I'm trying to think of who else is available here that potentially could sneak in.
I don't want to look at ESPN because it's going to tell me.
I know, that's my thing. Yeah. So many of these corners are I will say another sneaky position here is linebacker, that if they really like Trenton Simpson, so to say, because they do need linebacker help as well.
Yeah.
And maybe wait on secondary until their next pick, because there's going to be some other guys that are going to be available there potentially. Keely Ringo, Tyreek Stevenson, Cam Smith, all guys that could potentially fall or be in that area. So just kind of build that secondary depth with their second round pick. Here, though, I don't know if Trenton Simpson's going to make it to their second pick. I probably not. So this is one, if they like him, they can go that route. Drew Sanders also, if he's a very quick downhill running linebacker, so who I think would fit Philadelphia's scheme well. So I one thing also, I'm trying to think, outside of Mayer, I don't know who else that they would get skill position wise offensively. I don't think that I could see them going Osiris Torrance, Steve Avila maybe with the interior offensive line. There's a lot of different routes that they could go, but I say all that though. Maybe they're trying to get guys that can impact them right now, and maybe they go on the defensive side of the ball, secondary or a linebacker position. So we'll just have to see. I'm curious. Are they walking out yet?
Yeah, they're walking out right now.
Okay.
Joining me on stage now are some very special guests, content creators who you know from YouTube, Dude Perfect, and Jason and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey. Okay, Miss Dunn, I got a question for you. Sure. So when you've got both boys playing in a game on TV at the same time, right? Okay, Travis is there, Jason's there. How in the world do you decide which game that you're going to watch?
Man, I don't know. That's really tough. I don't know. It's just tough to choose.
We had a feeling that would be the case, so we picked up something a little bit special for you to help you break the tie. Here's the deal. We've got a custom coin with Travis and the Chiefs on one side and Jason and the Eagles on the other. If your boys are playing at the same time, all you have to do is flip it, and it takes the decision out of your hands. Should we try it? Let's try it. It's Travis and the Chiefs! Good news. With NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube and YouTube News TV, you don't have to make that decision. You can watch both boys at the same time.
Great.
You ready to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see who's going to be joining Jason and the Philadelphia Eagles.
With the 30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, linebacker, Georgia.
That's still a really good pick.
Yeah.
Like that's
Well, then
That's
you
a
had that, and then Jordan Davis, and then they're going to draft Keely Ringo.
yeah, exactly. It's going to be Georgia all over again. So, Nolan Smith did not fall out of the first round. He was taken there with the Philadelphia Eagles. So, it does look like the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. The pick is not in yet. So Nolan Smith and Hassan Reddick probably going to be one of the scariest pass rushing duos in the NFL. Couple that with Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. That's just disgusting.
Yeah. And there wasn't really a wrong pick.
No. There was, but like.
Well, but I mean, they weren't going to draft Will Levis. So I just it's amazing. You look at this team and they surprisingly lost a decent bit. And then yet at the same time, they also got a lot of their key players back. And then that being said, it's like this defensive line arguably is better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even then, it's like, okay, the Eagles on defense just got way better. His 40 speed was 4.39, 41-inch vertical at 240. He can play all over. Yeah. Like they can move him to linebacker if they want to. He can drop back into coverage. Then you have Jalen Carter, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Hassan Reddick, Jordan Davis, just feasting on this offensive line. Like it's, that's not a horrible combination there. I still think that they're the best team in the NFC. I'm trying to think of which team can legitimately compete against the Eagles. The only one I can think of is
four of the players they're showing the graphic now. Four players from the last two Georgia defenses, which have been historically great.
Oh, the defense that they won against Alabama, that national championship, was the best college defense I think that we've ever seen, that we might ever see. And so, I mean, shoot, even then you have Devontae White and Quay Walker also in the NFL. Keely Ringo is going to be going in the NFL. He had a little bit of a down year this year, but he was the number one corner on that team. I think Tyson Campbell, right, as well, was also on that team.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
No. Yes, he was.
I'm trying to remember. We can go back and look at it, but all these guys, like
there was Eric Stokes the year before that. There was
Eric Stokes, yeah. He wasn't on the national championship team, but he was on those. Now they're bringing out the Lombardi trophies. What if they trade the pick though? That'd be funny.
Awkward.
I would enjoy that. That'd be fun. This defense just got way better. And what's crazy about it though too. So yes, they did give up. Like, they didn't have that many picks, so they gave up one of the picks just to make sure that they got Jalen Carter. But then on top of that, they secured their future, I think, on the defensive line here.
Yeah,
over these past couple of seasons.
No, for sure. Because even like Hassan Reddick, he's going to get older and move on, and they'll still have Nolan Smith, who is the same as Hassan Reddick.
If they do a 4-3, they got two defensive tackles and an edge rusher, and Nolan Smith. So, and then on top of that, you have Nakobe Dean in the backfield. That's 4 of your 11 that you're already got. And so
that
it's just
going to be sick. Like,
legitimately, I'm just thinking about. I mean, the Niners quarterback situation, we don't know on how it's going to be. Is there any team that honestly?
I still think Dallas poses a threat.
They pose a threat, but it's
because
like
you also have Dallas. They have Maisie Smith now in the middle, and then Micah Parsons, as well as Trayvon Diggs. So I still think they pose a threat. They also got Brandon Cooks on offense as well. So
and they have Stephon Gilmore as a corner. Yeah, like
Trayvon Diggs.
No,
no, they got Stephon Gilmore too. Sorry, I thought you said Stephon Diggs, but
no, yeah, they traded for him. Are they going to trade? They let him go down a little bit here.
I kind of want them to trade. That'd be funny after they brought out the Lombardis.
I know. Let's talk about this pick here real quick. The Chiefs.
It doesn't say the pick is in yet.
I will say DeJuan Jones could be.
DeJuan Jones would just be amazing. I actually also like Jonathan Mingo here as like a sleeper because he can play that Juju Smith-Schuster, AJ Brown type role.
Yeah.
So that would be interesting as well. Oh, the pick is in.
Yeah, they're talking to somebody on the phone here.
Oh, man.
That would be crazy. I mean, maybe I just missed it, but I never thought Mingo would go this high. I was thinking maybe fringe.
He's getting a lot of mid-second round hype, and so then people are like, well, like
if he's already a mid-second
round, it's like it's not really that much of a reach. So
yeah,
it's late. He just is very like he's not as good as AJ Brown or Deebo Samuel, and they went pretty early second round, like 38, 39 range, and so I don't see that happening, but
yeah, I don't disagree. I think it looks like the pick is in. Looks like they're going to be going back here.
Yeah, so that could be interesting. I want to. They can go so many different ways. No, I want the Colts to get Mingo. Sorry. I do like Mingo. I just don't think he's quite as good as the guys he gets compared
to. Chiefs pick is in according to it did already say that on there. So this was a fun night, a little celebratory night. We achieved our goal of 1,000 subscribers.
Oh yeah,
we're actually now professional influencers and YouTubers. So you guys should listen to what we say and apply and apply to your everyday life. But no, this is pretty neat though. I thought, Ryan, I would say, like, let's brag about ourselves a little bit. Put in a lot of work coming into this.
We did.
Cannot believe that we would actually have reached our goal now up to this point here. Don't know what our subscribers at. And I don't think that we went up any.
I don't think we really got any.
But that's absolutely fine. A lot of fun work here coming up over these next couple of months as well before the 2023 NFL season. And we'll love to go live a little bit more often here. I'm curious to kind of see how the monetary of us being live and all of the great comments from our crazy fan base, our loyal fan base, how much that helps out with everything moving forward. With the Chiefs here, it's with this pick, I honestly can't even wrap my head around who they might pick. I mean, maybe Brian Branch. DeJuan Jones can make sense.
Could be good.
I could see them going an offensive weapon. I could see them going edge rusher. And that guy was really happy.
Yeah.
What a neat setup though. Like, let's think about. Remember when the draft was like no one cared. It's like you made fun of people who went.
Yeah.
And now props to as much crap that Goodell gets. Props to him and the NFL for making this like a spectacle. Like this is a thing you mark it on your calendar. You want to watch this. You see everyone come out. It is like I can't honestly believe we've been live for 4 hours now.
I know it doesn't feel like 4 hours.
It doesn't feel like 4 hours. So very impressive. I remember. I think this was the first year that they did it where they went maybe they went to Chicago, but like where they went to a city and then did it in like a party atmosphere was when they went to Nashville on Broadway. And
I felt like that was it took off that year. That was
their
first real big year. So
I think they saw the potential. I was nowhere near downtown that weekend, but I remember we walked around to see just kind of what it was like as they were building all of it.
It looks like they're coming out. Sorry.
Yeah, they're coming out. Oh, yeah, they have the third Lombardi Trophy they're bringing out.
How about it, Kansas City? With the 31st pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Enrique Reserva, defensive end, Kansas City.
That was one edge rusher as well. I think.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever mocked him in the first round.
No, but he was close.
But he was always in the 30s or 40s. I'm trying to actually even think. I think he in our 7th-round mock draft. I think he went in the 30s. So similar though to kind of what we talked about with Nolan Smith going here, or any of the other edge rushers that potentially could have fallen there.
Mm-hmm.
They need help. Chris Jones, similar to I think some of these like. Even like Max Crosby, so to say, or actually Aaron Donald and that Rams. He brings so much attention getting an eye like Felix out on the outside.
He has
Felix,
really good bend. He's a little raw, needs some work with his hands. So all right, good night, Dad. We'll talk to you a little later.
It's well past your bedtime.
Yeah. But no, so all in all, I think that first round went pretty well for a lot of teams. The only one that I think that we're still like we both agree that was not a good pick was the Emmanuel Forbes pick.
Yeah, that's the one. I think we can agree was not good. Let me pull up ESPN here, and then we'll kind of go through all of the picks.
Yeah. I will say I don't have too much longer, but or else I'm going to fall asleep on this desk. So
that's fine. No. Yeah, that's all good. But let me just pick that. How can I pick this here? Draftcast. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Bryce Young, CJ Stroud. I mean, to me, I look at this. The move of the night. I mean, it's got to be Will Anderson, the Texans. I mean, so looking at all that, they won the first round. I love that move.
Yeah.
Absolutely love that move. That Deshaun Watson trade paid off. They got their quarterback of the future for sure. Well, potentially, but then they have their edge rusher for the future, outside linebacker, and I think can become an absolute animal in that D'Amico Ryan defense. So, and then I don't dislike any of the picks. The next one I just don't really approve of is a Lucas Van Ness pick with Green Bay. Not against the player.
Yeah,
but I'm just curious. I'm just curious what he's going to bring differently than like Devontae White, Quay Walker.
Yeah, I'll go back a pick, and I don't dislike the Jahmyr Gibbs pick. I am just going to push back against the idea of it.
Of taking him there.
Yeah, taking him there. Because I like the system fit. I like the player. Just at 12, I think that's tough. That's a tough decision to make. So,
yeah.
But yeah, and then you go to Emmanuel Forbes. Well, actually, let's go to Will McDonald. I thought was drafted too early.
Well,
again, I like Nolan Smith more than him, and they're very similar.
I can understand if you dislike Jahmyr Gibbs, then you are going to dislike that Will McDonald pick as well. I think Will McDonald, the Chiefs would have taken him right there. The Bengals would have taken him. The Cowboys could potentially could have taken him there as well. I can see a lot of other teams in between. The Bucks might have taken him there if they liked him on that board. So there are a lot of teams that he had to go through for the Jets' next pick, which is 43. I mean, I'm looking at these teams right here. The Cardinals could have taken him. The Lions might have taken him. The Colts might have taken him. The Rams could have taken him. So if you truly like this player and feel like he is high up on your board, but you dislike the next 10 to 15 guys, or just aren't fond of the next 10 or 15 guys, then I can see how it is justified to let's just take him early. let's just take him early.
Yeah.
So Emmanuel Forbes, don't like that pick at all. It's just a horrible pick. Just don't like it.
Well, especially I think you look at who's still on the board. You have Christian Gonzalez, Deontay Banks, Joey Porter Jr.
Still on the board.
Still on the board, yeah. So
I like you got a corner there. I did not think that you got the best corner. So
no,
but that's just us. The Christian Gonzalez pick with the Patriots, I like. I like the Jack Campbell pick, similar kind of motto. And you know what's interesting too is I think this might be able to help us out for future Lions picks on who they want to take early. Is like if there's a guy that is going to be a positional need fit and that they really like, they're just going to go get him. They don't care if it's a reach or not. So because both those guys are good. Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, day one, I'm going to be able to come in. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be taking snaps from David Montgomery. Going to be kind of like a Khalil Herbert, but eventually, though, David Montgomery is going to be released or traded and kind of put into the backfield. So, Bucks pick, I like. I mean, I also would have liked nearly any pick that they had because they need so much. Then we had the receiver run that you were talking about, and you were correct on that. Anyone that's you dislike, like truly dislike here?
No. I mean.
Good analysis. I like it.
Yeah, I like them all. To me, those were the clear 4 first-round wide receivers, and you got like that. Like they went right where everybody said they were, early 20s.
Yeah.
So
honestly, I don't dislike any other picks. Like I think another argument. I mean, I know I said the Texans won the draft. You can make an argument for the Eagles as well, or the first round at least. So
Yeah, the only one. So the last one that I'll bring up, I don't really like the Miles Murphy one. I feel like that's an unnecessary pick there. But I mean,
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. So, but no, man, it's awesome. Third draft here, and so
I know I was trying to get out of here, but let's go through and you want to do like best available still, guys that were shocked are still on the board.
Yeah.
There's only a couple, but I'm shocked that Will Levis is still up there.
You know, it's yes and no. I mean, I mentioned this earlier that like if the Raiders don't take him, there was 3 teams who I think had a legitimate shot. But that being said, though, all 3 of those teams also had significantly other and arguably more important needs, and that's the route that they went: Titans, Bucks, Vikings. And like the Vikings, I think they're in a win now mode. They got arguably the best receiver in Jordan Addison to go along Justin Jefferson. And so for them passing on Will Levis, if they're looking for a future quarterback, you have a good quarterback class next year if you find a lot of flaws in them. So I think that is something that they can go. I'm looking at it now, like rounds. Let's go to the second round. I would not like it if the Lions took him. I would hate it. I think Dad's left. I would hate if the Colts took him. I can see the Rams taking him potentially. Matt Stafford, future Raiders potentially. Maybe the Saints again at 40. Titans at 41 maybe. But at the same time, though, I say that, and then the same thing to what I said earlier, all those teams have significantly more important needs as well than a quarterback. So especially to the Rams, going back to that quarterback class next year, if you're going to suck, this is going to be the season to suck. So you can have a top 5, top 10 pick. It can maybe like finagle your way up there. Yeah. So I'd be very curious to see kind of where he goes and which teams are like, man, let's give this guy a shot. We think that he's better than any other player available. So let's move on, though, now to some of the other best player availables. Mayer, we said his name a bunch.
Yeah.
Joey Porter Jr.
Anywhere from like really 12 on, in my opinion. And he just, people kept passing on him. So that's going to be really interesting. You're about to say his name, but Joey Porter Jr., a lot of people had him high. Yeah. So I think this is just a theory, but I think you see this with a lot of like really deep classes at different positions. But because there's so many guys that can come in and play, that position gets devalued. So then some of those guys on the back end of those classes like the back end of the tiers tend to fall.
Yeah.
Just because there's not a huge difference. So
yeah,
I think that's the case of Joey Porter.
No, that's a great point. I was sorry, I'm looking at see who else. Only a couple of the teams have had 2 picks in the top 3. Everybody else, though, I mean, Brian Branch as well. We talked about maybe Osiris Torrance going up there. I think maybe that was us being higher on him than other people there. Than obviously they thought the other teams. But that being said, though, a lot of these other guys, though, are not surprising to me that they fell out of the first round. A lot of the guys went in the first round. I know Felix we had in the second round. He easily could have, like Osiris Torrance could have easily gone guard or earlier, and then everyone drops down 1, so to say. So it's very easy to have kind of picked. So, or that's very easy for that to have happened for just one guy to fall a little bit. So.
Yeah.
In general, though, I think a lot of the players that we thought would have gone in the first round went in the first round and kind of went around the spots that we would have thought outside of a few exceptions.
Yeah. Yeah, no. And honestly, for such a volatile class and like people being all over the place, it's kind of like we actually, I feel like, did a pretty good job predicting where these guys were going to fall. So.
Well, and there weren't too many trades. Obviously there was the major trade with the Cardinals, and then the Cardinals traded again. Outside of that, though, there's a couple small ones. Eagles trading up 1 pick. The Steelers trading up, but we had projected that, and then got a tackle. The Giants went up 1 pick to get Deonte Banks. So but nothing major outside of the kind of crazy fiasco that happened with the Texans. Yeah, no.
So all in all, I think it was a pretty good first round. I think a lot of teams got good players, and day 2 is tomorrow. So, but let's go ahead. Let's wrap up the Tracy Take draft extravaganza number 3 there. Again, if you guys have not already, please go ahead and like and subscribe and smash that bell so you can get notified when time I create new content, because we will be posting a lot more draft content after this weekend. So go ahead and do that, and we'll see you guys next time.